They come across the line here. Oliver Nybert actually took the second spot away from David Glakowski.
Well, you see so much of this action going on. It seems like there's a new person in the top 3 spots every lap or so right now. Saddington, as you said, enjoyed seeing that battle going on for him. And Nybert in the second position right now, the orange cart, the orange driving suit. So that is Oliver Nybert in the 10. And then back is David Glakowski in the number 77. And they still are pretty tight racing as you see that great shot going into turn number 9.
A little bit more of a gap. Nybert's opened up over David Glakowski, hoping to, reel in Joseph Saddington in the first position.
Well, Saddington's got quite a lead right now. It's going to be hard to reel him in. We're completing the 4th lap of this 10-lap pre-qualifier as those drivers work their way around the kind of sweeping turn of 17. They make kind of a tight turn into 16, but 17 kind of sweeps down as they come down to the gridding area, and then up to turn 1, and then down that big hill we were talking about. The pictures on the screen do not do justice to how far the elevation changes on that particular corner when they top the hill.
Yeah, that angle from the drone looks like it's a simple turnaround, but if you stand at the bottom of that hill and look up, you realize it's not that simple of a turnaround.
Yeah. Going down into turn 9 once again, it is your leader, Joseph Saddington. We're just at about the halfway point, or will be in just a few moments, as the 10 car of Oliver Nybert and David Glakowski continue to race hard. Haven't seen much of Ruben Greer. His Kart has not been in most of the shots we've seen, so he is back quite a distance behind this battle of drivers that are running for second and third position.
Yeah, it looks like Ruben Greer's his best time is about 4 seconds off of these leaders, so maybe Kart didn't get set up right or just hasn't got the feel for it in this preliminary race.
I don't think there you see him going around turn 14 right now. You saw him in the shot as the other drivers were exiting turn number 1. I don't think he's in danger of going a lap down. However, 4 seconds off at the midpoint of this race. It's about a 50-second lap, generally 52, 53-second lap. So I don't think he's in danger of going a lap down. But he's certainly not up there battling for one of those top 4 spots or top 3 spots like the rest of those drivers are. There's the battle for second and third once again. Oliver Nybert in the number 10, and the 77 is David Glakowski. Those drivers still battling hard right in the tire tracks of each other as they come through the S's.
David Glakowski kind of closed in on Oliver Nybert there at the end of the straight in turn 9.
Yeah, I was kind of noticing that. Looked like either Nybert had a bit of a problem or Glakowski found a little something or entered the corner a little different to be able to gain some position on the racetrack. So he is closing in somewhat and may have a chance for an opportunity at a pass coming up here in a moment before we get to the end of this one.
As they head down into turn 2, down that big hill. Yeah, that gap is definitely smaller than it's been these past couple laps. So Oliver Nybert's going to have to kind of look into his mirror, even though they don't have mirrors. Make sure.
He can hear the sound of an engine close behind him. I'm sure that's going to be the case. Nybert negotiates the kink and now builds up the speed as they head toward number 9. Look like a quick look to the inside out of Glakowski, and that might be something he's setting up for a late lap pass on this. We may find that to come to fruition a little later on. Meanwhile, it's Joseph Saddington, the man in the lead. Saddington's already down into 17 right now as he gets ready to complete another lap.
Yeah, Saddington, he passed these 2 carts here and just drove away.
It's been interesting to see how those fast drivers, how quickly that they can get up to the front. We've still got a tight battle going on. Tell you what, Nybert and the 77 of Glakowski, those carts are still battling awfully hard. They're not letting up. Look at him right on the back bumper right now as they come off 4.
Down in through the kink on the back stretch, the fastest part of the track here. David, see if he's going to give him a look. He does give a look. Is he going to go for the pass? No, he doesn't. He tucks back in behind.
Yeah, but I think he's still just finding out what that cart will do and also trying to get an idea. If he moves outside, does Nybert then move back inside, trying to set him up, maybe possibly a chess match going on between those two drivers as we get down toward the end. We've completed 8 laps this time by. There you see your leader, Joseph Saddington, coming by the start-finish line where the transponder picks up another lap. So 8 laps complete right now for these drivers in our Lo206 Cadet division.
The battle is still between P2 and P3 on the track here as they come in front of us in the tower. Oliver Nybert trying to hold off David Glakowski here as they head through the kink on the backstretch. This is where David has looked to see and try to make a pass, see if he tries to do it this lap. He doesn't. He sticks behind him and follows him into the S's.
Well, if he's going to do it, next lap's going to have to be it. We're working on lap number 9 out of this 10-lap prelim. So we got one more lap to go to see what he can do. I'm not sure at this point if he's not really tried to make a valiant effort at it, if he has what it takes to get by Nybert right now. Saddington comes off 17. You saw a brief glimpse of him. Here comes Nybert. And, of course, Glakowski in the picture as the best race on the track is going on right now between those two guys. White flag is in the air. Final lap underway. Boy, Glakowski's all over him, Mikey.
Oh, almost nothing separating. You probably couldn't fit an index card in between the two there as they went into turn 1. Back up the hill into turn 3 as they're about to come in front of us. David Glakowski all over the back bumper of Oliver Nybert.
Well, they head down there. Glakowski took a quick look down to the inside, but I think that was just a cursory look. I don't think he looked like he was trying to pass him at that point. This is a passing spot. Can he brake harder? Can he go into turn deeper? What can he do to try to get by Nybert? And so far, nothing as they work through the S's. There'll be another good passing spot coming up here in a moment in turn 14 and 15. And that occurs just about at this point. Can he make something happen there?
He gets right back to the bumper of Oliver Nybert, but not able to make the pass as they head into 16. And Oliver Nybert, he's going to hold off David Glakowski.
So as it ends up, it's going to be Joseph Saddington, your winner. Oliver Nybert in second. David Glakowski third. Ruben Greer still waiting on his cart to make its final cross across that scoring stripe. So we'll get him across in just a moment. And that will end it for the preliminaries today, the pre-finals for the Lo206 Cadet. We've got our next group coming out in just a moment.
And with this race setting the grid for the final, I think we'll have another good battle between Oliver and David in the final.
Yeah, that's going to be an outstanding final. We've got other drivers. There comes our final driver, Ruben Greer, across the line. And in just a moment, we'll get the next group out there and be ready for some more action here as our prelims continue here this afternoon at Atlanta Motorsports Park at the karting complex.
You can see the view here, some Miatas on the main track.
Michaela, who's up next? Will, who's up next?
Always fun stuff happening over at the big track as well. And Tag Senior is going to be coming out here. We have Daniel Perez in the number 282, Ray Nickel in the 9-3, Matthias Prates in the 120, Leonardo Prates in the 1-2, Gabe Spencer in the 240, Jason Leslie in the 620, James Long in the number 67, Leonardo Oliveira in the number 340, and then we have a mystery driver who could be anyone.
Yeah, there was a 70s rock group, Mikey. I know you don't know them. Actually, it was a 60s rock group called Question Mark and the Mysterians. Nobody ever knew exactly who it was that did that. So we may have Question Mark and the Mysterians as part of our group today that'll be driving a kart in this race somewhere, starting 13th. Waved off the start. We'll line them back up and do it again. They'll take that little short chute to get everybody lined back up once again so they don't have to go all the way around the course. So we'll do that, and we'll get them set there. You see them coming back again. 13 drivers in this Tag Senior event. Tag seniors are 15 years of age and older. They're running standard chassis. They run the 125cc 32-horse engine, about 80 horsepower in there. Did not get a start again this time. We've waved it off, so we'll try to see if we can get everybody back together.
And compared to the last race, which was the Lo206 Cadets, these carts are going 20, 30 miles an hour faster at their fastest parts of the track.
Yeah, the Lo206 Cadet carts, those are 7 to 12-year-olds, and now we're in the 15-plus range. So obviously drivers with more age and, generally speaking, more experience on the racetrack. So we'll find out how that bodes for this. 13 carts are ready to start. We got a green flag. We're underway, and we head into turn number 1. Now it's that treacherous drop down into turn number 2 that may make all the difference in the world. Mikey, guide us through there.
As they head up into turn 3, about to round the corner, turn 4 in front of us. Daniel Perez in that green cart, I think, is leading the field as they all go single file through the kink onto the backstretch.
Yeah, you mentioned earlier in pre-race that it's kind of important to get into single file when you go through the kink area. That is such a narrow area, and the way that it jots to the left and back to the right and back to the left quickly requires pretty much only one cart width available there. And if you go in there too wide, usually you don't come out too wide, that's for sure. We're right ready to complete lap number 1. We'll get a full rundown once we get the recalibration of race monitor, so let's check that out as they come by. It is Daniel Perez, who is our race leader. Leonardo Oliveira moves up to second spot. Raiden Nickel is now in third. Leonardo Prates, followed by Matthias Prates, Gabe Spencer, James Long, and Jason Leslie. And then, of course, our unknown driver. I don't believe he actually took a lap on that, so I don't believe we have a couple of drivers out there on the race course. So those 6 going at it. Had a little pass going on there for the last spot just a second ago. So I believe that was James Long getting by Gabe Spencer. We'll find out the official move on that in just a moment whenever we see them cross the stripe once again.
Yeah, Leonardo Oliveira taking the spot from Ray Nickel. Ray Nickel is someone we kind of always expect to just do very well in these races. So glad to see we have a good race going on.
Now, Raiden Nickel, a lot of experience here as well as on the main track. And I think when 2 drivers come to mind in my dealings here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, you've got, of course, Raiden Nickel, who is one that's here just about every time that the gates are open. It doesn't matter whether it's the main track or here at the kart track. And another one by the name of Jose Garcia. He's here pretty much every time the gates are open as well. So those 2 drivers kind of epitomizing what it's like to be a member here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
And they race each other on the karts and on the main track, so always fun to see them race each other.
Yep. Right now, we've got Daniel Perez as your race leader. He goes into turn number 16. Got a little bit of an advantage over that race for second and third spot. Leonardo Oliveira and Leonardo Prates are the drivers that are involved in that little skirmish that you see going on there. Not a skirmish. They didn't touch each other, but they got a good race going on at least as they top the hill off turn number 2.
And they just slide around that turn into turn 4, the Prates brothers. I believe last time they were racing each other pretty hard as well. It seems they always kind of qualify and race each other.
Well, right now we've got a little bit of battle going on between the 120 and the, I think one of them was carrying the 121 and one's carrying the 120. And I believe the 121 is Leonardo, and he has gotten ahead now of Matthias. They are running for third and fourth position. Oliveira is up there in the 340, and so he's running in second, trying to chase down Daniel Perez.
Daniel Perez, yeah, he's running about 0.4 faster than Leonardo Oliveira. Quite the gap now, 1.8 seconds ahead. Running faster lap times. He is running the fastest lap times as the leader.
And some kind of issue occurred on Raiden Nichols' kart. He has exited the racetrack, so he's only completed 2 of the 4 laps that we've done so far. So Raiden Nickel having a little bit of difficulty with his number 93 machine here this afternoon. And when you talked about the way that he was not making his way up through the field like we normally expect him to, that could be a reason, some kind of mechanical issue going on with the number 93.
Hopefully we get him back out for the final, and of course he'll have to charge through that final if he does make it back out and get that cart repaired.
Right now it's Daniel Perez who is our leader. We've got the cross flags out. We're halfway through. 5 laps are complete as we continue on with the drivers in our kart race, and tag seniors are on the track at the moment.
The closest battle on the track is that 3rd and 4th position between Matthias and Leonardo Prates. 1st and 2nd have kind of checked out. But every position counts here, especially if you're trying to make it into that final in a good spot. So 3rd and 4th, it's definitely worth battling for.
Yeah, you know, a lot of racetracks that we visit, it matters whether you start inside or outside. Drivers, they like to either qualify second or finish second in a heat race so that they can start on the outside of the front row. I don't think at a track like this it matters on the start. You want to win this race. You don't want to finish second. You want to win, and therefore put yourself in a position to start inside as you get ready for that first left-hand turn going into turn 1 here from the starting grid.
Yeah, and even so, I mean, you're taking a right-hand turn immediately after turn 1, so
yeah,
if second place can hang on to first place on turn 1, they actually do have an advantage.
That's exactly right. If you can stay side by side with them, then you've got that advantage going down into turn 2. But you don't see that too often where you got guys still side by side at that point. We have had rare races where they would come through turn 2 still side by side and ready to work their way up the hill, but that is an unusual sight on this track as drivers usually get spread out a little bit out of that area in turn number 1. Coming up through turn 4 right now, Daniel Perez brings it by, and the rest of our group of drivers in the tag senior event getting it underway here just past the halfway point. 7 laps now complete out of 10 in this pre-final.
Daniel Perez almost looks like he's casually driving.
Yeah, Saturday, we'd call it a Sunday afternoon drive, but it's a Saturday afternoon drive here for him at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
As the whole field is kind of spaced out at this point.
Yeah, the Prates brothers, that battle didn't continue long. They are separated quite a bit right now as well. There comes Perez by. He will put in lap number 8. Leonardo Oliveira is in 8 laps complete as well as he is in second. Matthias Prates, now he got by his brother earlier. Leonardo was running up there in the 3rd spot. So Matthias got by him just a few moments ago. Gabe Spencer is running in 5th spot now in the 240, and James Long is still out there in the 67 kart.
Yeah, we need to figure out who's the older of the Prates brothers. And
yeah, that's a good question.
We'll understand that dynamic.
We'll have to find out a little bit about them as we go through the afternoon. We'll see if we can either get them up here or run down there and find out a little bit more about the Prates brothers. Anyway, laps are winding down now. We're getting ready for the final lap. As they come by this time, we'll see the white flag displayed, and that will indicate we're going into lap number 10. 9 complete into lap number 10 of this race to try to get it finished up. We'll find out who will start on the front row of our main event coming up. Right now, it looks like that'll be Daniel Perez and Leonardo Oliveira, but that can change. Anything can change in these races, but they are pretty well spaced out right now, and it looks like the outcome, barring some kind of mechanical difficulty or just driver error, is going to be pretty much in the hands of Daniel Perez.
Yeah, anything can happen, and if you're Daniel Perez, you don't relax until you see the checker flag and you pass it.
This is true. I have seen so many young drivers over the years getting ready to win their first race, and they come to the final turn. The adrenaline is pumping so much they run it straight in the wall instead of to the checkered flag. Now, certainly not the case this afternoon. Daniel Perez, he's not a beginner, that's for sure, and he has done a great job of bringing that kart home in first position. Leonardo Oliveira finishes in second spot in the 340, the number 120 of Matthias Prates, followed by Leonardo Prates in the 12, then Gabe Spencer in the 240, and James Long in the 20 rounds out the field of karts that are left on the racetrack during this race. So they'll make their way to the pit area right now. We'll be able to bring out our next race as pre-finals continue here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Okay. All right. Then we will just wait on race monitor. So our next group of tag drivers are coming out. Now, tag is a different engine. Lo206 is a different engine, so that's why we have these different determinations of drivers. We're not sure the age group of the drivers coming out. We'll find out in just a moment as soon as they go. Looks like Tag Master is up right now. We talked about Jose Garcia a moment ago, and Jose is going to be starting this race in his familiar 00 cart. He's going to be starting it up front and on the pole, if you want to use that terminology here. So Jose Garcia is going to start our Tag Masters. Good field of Tag Masters here this afternoon.
Yeah, sometimes the Tag Masters don't always all show up, but this is a great field of Tag Masters. It should be a great race.
And the age group of this is 30 years old, but there is a caveat. You can be 15 years old and have 200 pounds. So there are a few caveats to being a Tag Master. But right now we see Jose Garcia ready to bring this field down. Let's see if we get a good start this time. It would be the first time this afternoon we have gotten one, and we did right off the bat. You see those two-stroke engines producing all of that nice smoke down there. These guys are really on the throttle, and they got a lot of power in these karts.
I think the experience of the Tag Masters able to get that start cleanly. And we have a cart around at the bottom of 2. It's the number 28.
Scott Butler. Yeah, Scott Butler had turned around down there. Meanwhile, some very familiar names at this track show up right now. Mike Bruce is one that we've known for about 25 or 30 years. He is involved in this. Our second place cart is Donald Davis in the 02. Bruce, that I mentioned, runs in fifth spot, I guess that is. Craig Foster, I think he is our second place cart, with Jose Garcia in third.
As they come around here, we'll get a better update on the scoring chart. As, let's see.
Yes, a snafu there for just a second, trying to figure out who was in the top spot. I think it's going to be Craig Foster in the 44, who's our number one cart right now.
That's what I got on mine as well. So, yeah, Jose Garcia in the second position.
No, there's somebody ahead of that 44 cart. I'm not sure who it is, but there is a driver out there with that green number plate. The number 19 is our race leader. So Sam Carden is actually shown on the track as the race leader in the 19.
Yeah, some sort of technical difficulties with the transponders apparently, but he is in front.
So that would put Craig Foster in second position, Jose Garcia third, Donald Davis in the 02. Oh, my, we got a hard hit down into turn number 17. Well, coming off of 16 right there. Boy, he blasted those tire barriers, and you could tell just a little bit shaken, but I think he's going to be okay. But, man, a hard hit into those tire barriers in turn 16.
Yeah, it looks all right. He popped right out and kind of walked it off, so that'll rattle you, but I think he's going to be all right.
Everybody else pretty evenly spaced out in single file as they head back down to turn 9. That's where our race leader is able to take spots there. And I look back in the field, and I see another 19 that's involved in this. That may be the Scott Butler, the Sam Carden machine right there. So we may have two 19s on the track here that we're not familiar with, Mikey. I'm not sure exactly what's going on there.
Well, he was on the back of that one cart. He hopped out, took the cart off, and they're back racing. So
yep.
You don't see that in car racing.
No, that's for sure. That is not something you see there. So good to see those guys getting them separated and getting them going once again. Good shot of those luxury condos. If you're interested in being part of the great club atmosphere here at Atlanta Motorsports Park and want to get involved in the condos, I think the first segment of those is already sold out, but they're more on the way. So make sure that you plan to be a resident here on race weekends at the Atlanta Motorsports Park condos.
What do you say, Charles? We'll go 50-50 on one?
Yeah, I think it's going to be more like 10-90 with you carrying the 90.
Well, I don't know about that.
They head down to 16 once again. We're showing the leader as being that green plate number 19, and we do not show him on our scoring monitor. I think the 19 that was involved in the incident over at turn 9 earlier was the 19 of Sam Carden. Well, now they're showing Sam Carden as our leader, so I guess that is.
I think that
Carden
is
in
Sam
the 19.
Carden.
Okay, so we're back to Sam Carden being the leader once again. Craig Foster, Donald Davis are second and third. Jose Garcia had some kind of issue with his kart, so another driver who is a perennial favorite in this. We expected to work his way up through the field, only completed one lap, and Jose had to take his 00 kart off the track.
Was Jose the one that wrecked in turn 16 maybe?
It's very possible. I only saw the 19. I did not check out the number on the other kart, so it could have been. But that was 3 or 4 laps in, and I think Jose only completed one lap.
Yeah, you can see the cart right there on the wall. They got it out of the way. It's hard to see the number on that, though.
Oh, you're talking about the one down in 16?
The one right here.
Yeah,
on
that could very easily have been Jose Garcia down there. Matter of fact, looking back in my mind, I think he is a sort of short-statured, and I believe that was a short-statured driver that got out of that kart, so that well could have been Jose Garcia.
So it looks like, yeah, they got the transponder issues fixed. Sam Carden is our leader in that neon 19 as he heads into the S's here. Craig Foster in the number 44 kart follows him. Donald Davis in the number 02 rounds out the podium for this prelim.
Now, Bill Strimple is in there in the 88 kart, Mike Bruce in the 47, and Kyle Clark in the number 25. Those are the drivers, along with Scott Butler in the 28, who have completed all 5 laps, now to be 6 laps as they work their way across that scoring stripe once again.
Yeah, there was a couple of close races, but I think with that wreck in 16 and that 119 jumping up on the back of the cart, it kind of spaced these carts out, having to slow down for those wrecks.
Sam Carden has really run a great race so far. He has hit all of his marks. He is pulling away from second place Greg Foster, and he's in turn number 9 right now. As we're past the halfway point, working lap number 7, he comes up through the S's and makes his way up to the top highest elevation point at this racetrack, which is right between turns 13 and 14. You know, you don't often see karts in those tire barriers, but it's a good thing they're here because that wreck we saw, which presumably was Jose Garcia, a hard hit down there, and the tire barriers doing their things. You know, in road course racing, we had soft walls back before soft walls were a popular thing. Ours, of course, generally speaking, were made with tire barriers. Turned out to work out real well. A lot of road courses still use tire barriers many times.
Yeah, tire barriers all around this track as well as the main track here.
I remember interviewing a driver who had won a race at Road Atlanta, and in the prelim, he had gone off of the race course into a cornfield. And he said he was still finding kernels of corn in that race car months afterwards that had gotten out of the cornfield into his race car when he did a little off-road racing that wasn't meant to be at Road Atlanta many years back.
And no cornfields on the property here, although that might be a good feature. We have to talk to the groundskeeping crew.
Yeah, in October you could have the corn maze and invite all the kids. The dads could ride the go-karts and the kids could go through the corn maze. That'd be a good thing.
Well, lap 8 here as we're in the twilight stages of this prelim race. Sam Carden still your leader.
Now, Carden has pretty much been the class of the field. It started out with Jose Garcia up front. Did not take Carden long to take the advantage away from Garcia. And, of course, Garcia out of this race early on as the drivers work their way once again into 17. There you see Sam Carden come off 17, make just a perfect entrance and exit on that. White flag is in the air, so our last lap is now underway. This is for Tag Masters. All of these drivers running in this race are in the same division. They make their way down that big hill in turn number 2 and then work back up toward our location here in turn 4.
And I think I saw in either turn 15 or 14 there was a cart off. I think that's Scott Butler in the 28. He did not register a lap time that last couple laps. I think he's pulled off.
So we'll have to keep an eye on that once our camera angles come back around to that area. Good shots coming from Ethan Denny down there in the on the camera in the midst of all of that action that goes on from the kink all the way up to turn 12. He handles all of those shots in there and some beautiful shots. That's the pole cam, our infamous pole cam that sits down at turn 17. There goes your winner. Sam Carden gets the win. It's going to be Craig Foster finishing in second. Donald Davis is third, and Bill Strimple looks like is going to finish fourth. Mike Bruce on his way to take a fifth-place finish and round out the top five for the drivers in this particular race here. I haven't seen Bruce come by to take that checkered flag yet. I think he's still on course. I mentioned in jest the infamous pole cam, and we always like to say that the sacrificial sky cam became the pole cam, because that's where that pole cam came from, was from a sky cam incident that didn't work out too well with that drone. So one gave its life for another to be born, I guess you'd say.
Yeah, legend has it there was high winds one day, and AMP Skycam 1 fell out of the sky and became pole cam.
And I think that I don't think the winds were as high as the drone operator wanted you to think they were. That has sort of become a little bit of legend. May have been some other things involved, but we'll say high winds. Let's just leave it at that. High winds, okay?
And if you were walking around in the cold pits earlier, you probably saw Pole Cam 2 almost was born as the drone fell off the side of the building earlier today. So
that's right. We're hearing words from our executive producer. He says, in the famous words of, you don't ever want to know how the sausage is made, so please don't tell them how that is done. So we will not tell you the origin of any of our other pole cams, but you get the gist. If you happen to see a new drone in the air and a new pole cam, you can put one and one together and come up with two, I think.
Yeah, hopefully we don't get to the point where it's just nothing but poles all around.
Oh my, we've got some great camera operators that do a good job of bringing us all the action. I think Tag Junior possibly are coming out next. I think that's who's going to be on the lineup next. And so we always have Tag Senior and Tag Junior. Both of those races are always really good. We had Carson Craig came up here. We have a rock up here in the tower, and let me read you what it says. It's called the Taste of Luck, and there's a nice framed image here of the rock and then the actual rock itself. It says, as has been told to the young and to the old, that in the hot and in the cold, if victory you wish to repeat, in every lap, in every heat, you must place a kiss upon this stone, or regret to find you'll stand alone. So before you spray that champagne bottle, the Taste of Luck should be your throttle. So you're welcome to come up and kiss the rock if you want to. Carson Craig has already done it for today to get his dose of good luck. We'll see how that plays out for him as the afternoon goes on.
Yeah, I think he said he qualified 9th in his for the prelim race.
He did not kiss the rock prior to qualifying.
So, but then he came up and kissed it. So hopefully,
right.
He said he just couldn't get the heat in the tires. So hopefully the rock gives him some heat.
Yeah, well, that's a statement of encouragement right there. Let's hope the rock gives him some heat as we get ready for our next race to unfold. You see, timing and scoring today is down near that garage area that you're seeing. The technical side of things are on the left. That's where the scales are and all of the tech inspections go on. And our timing and scoring is located on the other end of that building today. So they're bringing you all of the timing and scoring action from that location. So you see those karts firing right now. They'll be taking their way around the outside of the tire barrier, and they will formulate that field underneath us. Pardon me. In the tower, right there you see the shot that they're going to formulate the lineups, get everybody perfectly in order, and I believe they've already got a group in there now that are set ready to come out. So we'll release them in just a moment. Normally you hear the roar from inside here as drivers continue to get in those karts to be ready to race. So our next group on the way out, remember, you can rent this track anytime you'd like, every day except Monday. It is available for you. So if you're jonesing to be in how about that great term from the 70s? If you're jonesing to be behind the wheel of a kart, come on out to Atlanta Motorsports Park and join us any day of the week except for Mondays and be part of the great action and say you are a kart racer at Atlanta Motorsports Park, one of the finest tracks anywhere in the nation.
As you can see on your screen here, yeah, a couple carts, they're just getting gridded up below us in that tunnel area, waiting to come out.
Now we see, of course, carts are coming in from everywhere. Man, karting has gotten so popular right now. We've got carts just sitting around in our area up here. Chassis, our brand new chassis have come in. They're available. So if you're looking forward to getting into the karting ranks, you want to own your own cart, you don't want to do the cart rental thing anymore, and you want to be involved in competition, we've got carts available for you. All different chassis are available that you need, and there is no shortage on those. You know, so many things in our nation right now, there's shortages on certain items. Even in the racing world, racing tire shortages are coming around, and for the oval track racers, we have not had that happening so far for the kart racers, but there are just so many things that are hard to get. Well, I can tell you, from looking here in this room, there is no shortage on chassis for go-karts. There are plenty of those here, so keep that in mind. If you want to get involved in the sport, now's a great time to do so. Showing on my list next is kid karts. And if that is the case, they'll be gridded down there right in front of the technical building. So we got kid karts showing up next. And here's the way that they'll be lining up. It'll be Bo Sowers in the 121. Giacomo Vina Figueroa in the number 75. Augustin Puerta in the 02. Brandon Rivers in the number 9. And Camille Canache in the number 26. Camila Canache in that 26 cart. So those are the lineups that we show right now for kid karts. They do a little different situation. They do a standing start right there in front of the tech area on the race or on the racetrack itself, and they do a much shorter, abbreviated version of the racetrack. So we'll find out in a moment if, in fact, it is going to be kid karts that come out and get ready for their race.
Yeah, I saw just a second ago a truck is on the track, I think, getting that cart that was off. So I think they're doing a little bit of repairs to that wall, getting all the carts clear from the previous race. So
yeah, it does take a while to clean up, especially when you've got a full mile course like this. It takes a while to go around there, safety inspect, and make sure everything's in good shape. And if you have a cart out there that needs to be somehow towed back to the original area, that's something that has to be done, and time has to be allotted to do that as well. Don't see the carts lined up in the kid kart area. Mikey, do you see them actually on the grid down there? Can you see the gridded area from where you are? I do see some of them lining up down there right now, so maybe that's going to be the standing start area for the kid karts. Yeah, they're bringing them out onto the track. We see that now. So they'll work their way out, and that's what will be up next. It'll be kid karts.
yeah, running that little the short course here on the kart track. This the kid karts is it's always pretty fun. Anything can happen in these races. I've seen a kid racer lead the whole thing and then lose it in the last turn. People go from last to first. It's always a lot of fun.
I think all five have now come out and joined the field. And it's always interesting to see how many times we have to start this race. You know, rarely do you get a good start on the first time around for kids' karts. They'll have to come up through the little jelly bean and come back around and try it a couple of 3 times. But they do not have the power to make it up the hill in turn 2, so they obviously run an abbreviated version of the race course, and that is one of the reasons. And another reason, you know, you just don't want them running 10 laps on the big course. That might take forever for these young kids. These are really young kids involved in kid karts. They are 5 to 7 year olds, and they run in the chassis, which is actually a kid kart chassis. They're running a Comer engine. It produces 1.5 horsepower, a real mild engine for them, and they get up to 25 to 30 miles per hour. So some sense of speed for these youngsters in these karts.
Oh, it's a lot faster than I was going at 7 years old.
Yeah, I think mine was relegated to 2-foot pedal power. Whatever I could come up with, that was about the best I could do.
Yeah, I can get pretty fast down a hill.
Yeah. If you had a big enough hill, your speeds would increase considerably, that's for sure.
And see, they were just pushing them back on the grid here. I think they're just giving them a little bit more room so that they can get more speed going into turn 1.
Well, the anticipation of getting the green flag is always high for these drivers. They are going to go around one time. Let's see if they get the green flag when they come by for the official start of this.
Why are they not starting them at the very back?
Oh, they actually get the green flag from a standing green position. They don't even have to come around and try to get the green flag. So here we go. Our kids in the kid carts working their way up the hill. They'll take the quick little jut there and come back into turn 14 next time we're inside of them.
As they come through that little cut through into turn 16.
And as they come by the scoring loop, let's find out who's going to be in the lead of this one. It's Bo Stowers in the lead. Camila Canachi goes up to second spot. Augustin Puerta in third. And then it's Giacomo Vino Figueroa in the 75. And Brandon Rivers rounds out our 6 drivers as they make their way around the course once again. Just about ready to complete lap number 2.
As they come through, they take that left through that cutoff.
And running order has changed
Oh,
just
the
a
cart
bit.
goes around.
Brandon Rivers has gone up to third. Who is that that's turned around right there? Can you get a bead on that car number? I believe it was a double number, so possibly Augustin Puerta, maybe. I'm not sure, but I think that's possibly who that was. We'll find out more once we come across these stripes right here. Well, look at that. We've got a new leader right now as Canachi has gone to the lead, and that's put Stowers back in second spot.
And that was Puerta that spun around.
So Puerta is in the rear of the field right now as the drivers are continuing to work on lap number 4. It'll be 4 coming up this time. Very close to the halfway point of this race as they've now completed 4 laps.
Yeah, even though it's on the, these smaller carts, they're weaker, slower, the short course kind of makes up for it. So these races do go by pretty fast.
Down into 17 right now. That's the leaders. The top 2 have broken away from the rest of the field, so they make their way off 17. Here they come to start finish once again, and we log in 5 laps complete. Stowers is your second place car. Rivers is third. Giacomo Vino Figueroa is fourth, with Augustin Puerta in fifth spot.
As the field is kind of spread out here, not too much side-by-side action.
But I have seen it spread out a lot worse in these kid kart races. I have seen where the leaders were catching the tail end of the field. We don't have that situation going on, at least not yet, after 6 laps are complete.
That is a good point. There's actually a little bit of a battle going on here. I think that's for the 3rd and 4th spot.
Yeah, we're showing Stowers, for some reason, did not complete that lap. I'm not sure if he's pulled off the track or what, but now he's caught back up and showing 7 laps complete for Stowers. So just a little bit of race monitor issue going on there with that.
Seven laps complete here, so 3 to go in the kid kart preliminary race.
8 laps down. Canachi is your leader in the Comer Kid Karts. Bo Stowers is second. Brandon Rivers third. Giacomo Vina Figueroa is fourth. And Augustin Puerta rounds out the field as last lap just about ready to get underway here in a moment. There you see the leaders have already gone by. Here they come across the stripe out of 17. So white flag will be in the air this time for our drivers in the kid karts.
First and second make their way into turn 16. For the 3rd and 4th spot, there is kind of a battle going on here. We'll see if that 4th spot can close in the deal. I think that is the 4th of Vino Figueroa.
Kanachi got the win. Stowers finishes in second. Vino Figueroa trying to hold on to third spot. Here they come off 17. Let's see who's going to be in that tight battle. It's going to be Vino Figueroa, I think, in finishing in fourth, or in third, that is. And Augustin Puerta, I believe he was able to gain a spot as he got it back over Brandon Rivers right there toward the end. So that's the way they ended up in kid karts here this afternoon at Atlanta Motorsports Park. They waved them off the track, and in just a moment, I believe we're going to be bringing up our Tag Junior, I think I heard it was, or possibly Tag Senior. We saw them gridding earlier down underneath our position here in the tower in that grid area at the building, so we'll see who pops out on the track.
Yeah, judging by how many people were gridded up, I have to say that's Junior. Usually that is our biggest field.
Yeah, biggest and most competitive. Those Tag Junior and the Lo206 Junior. Great racing to watch those drivers. And they're hungry. They're trying to prove themselves. They're trying to get as much seat time as possible. So it's always good to see them on the racetrack. We'll see them out there in just a few moments.
You can hear them firing up below us here. The whole building kind of shakes when they do.
Yep, here they are fired. They're getting ready to get the release sign, and they'll be heading out onto the track. So everybody's belted in. Well, I don't know if they belt into these things, but everybody's getting their helmets tightened up and ready to go. And soon we'll be getting those karts on the track. They'll join right down there in turn 5 and 6. That's what we call the kink. That's where they actually merge onto the racing surface. So they'll be coming down the hill and joining that. And here they come out of the tower area, the grid area. And in just a moment, we will see them as they line up 2 by 2 to try to come by and take the green flag. Let's hope that happens on this first round. A lot of karts down there. We're showing this to be the KA 100 juniors. And I'm not sure if this is several classes running here together. Mikey, on my sheet, I show several KA 100 juniors, and then I'm wondering if the others are tag juniors. We just see no specific list of who these drivers are, so it may just be all KA 100 juniors.
Yeah, it does seem like it might be 2 divisions here. I definitely see KA 100 juniors. A lot of karts on track, though, for sure.
Yep. A lot of karts out there, and we'll be set to go in a minute. Spencer Mast is out there. Gabe Spencer is out there. Brandon Estes, Cameron Estes, Carson Craig, who was up here kissing on the rock earlier, looking for good luck, starts there in his 55. Sam Machado is on the track. Vincent Capetillo is out there. Jose Garcia is back in the 00. Luke Kondrowski and Adam Wine. Jake Gambino also joins this field, as well as Grayson Ball, Frank Ball, Danny May, Will Franklin, Ian Spencer, Christian Foster, and Christian Blevins Jr. Man, a lot of karts on the track as we get ready to start this one.
And even though there might be 2 divisions, I think we're going to see a lot of racing between everyone here, because I think overall win is going to be coveted here.
Yeah, and, we got so many karts out there, it's going to be hard for somebody to not want to jump this start every time they come down to start-finish. So we may have to have multiple restarts. We'll see if we can get this one going this time, though. It may be possible to do so. Let's check them out. They come off 17 once again. Let's see if we get a green flag, if they like what they see on the racetrack. Everybody staying 2 by 2 right now. Green flag is in the air. Yes, sir. We are racing as they head to turn 1. Look at these guys go.
As they head through turn 1, 2 by 2, down the hill, big braking zone, and then right back up the hill. A little bit of contact between a couple karts there as they slow down and check up. Oh, and they all make it through.
Man, and I tell you, the massive momentum that you lose going down through there. The 726 kart was the one that seemed as though he had the most difficulty coming up through there. That may have been the 969 car, Frank Ball. He almost stopped, and that meant he had a difficult time trying to work his way up the hill. There you see our leader. It's the number 44 as they take it over into turn number number 14 and 15 right now. I believe that may be Spencer Mast, actually, in the 41 that's the leader. We will check him out as he comes across our start-finish loop. Spencer Mast is the leader with Gabe Spencer in second. In third spot right now, it is Brandon Estes. Jose Garcia is fourth, and Jose started deep in the pack. So Jose moving up right now to the fourth spot, and Carson Craig in the 55 is in fifth. Look at this battle, Mikey.
Wow. Just almost got on the bottom side of there of Spencer Mast. Gabe Spencer looks to the outside. Gabe Spencer in the 240. Looking to make the pass on the outside. He's not going to get there, but maybe he'll set him up here in the S's.
Well, he's certainly forcing Spencer Mast to run a perfect line in there. If he didn't, Gabe Spencer would be all over him. And right now at Spencer, he's only got about 3/4 of a cart length between him as they go down into 16. He's making a move to the inside.
He does. A little bit of a slide job there, and he comes out on top as they race to the line.
And
Gabe
barely
Spencer,
by the nose of that cart, Gabe Spencer takes the lead. But now he's got single file with Spencer Mast behind him. So Gabe Spencer able to get that lead over Spencer Mast. And here they come in turn number 4 as they get ready to work their way down the hill once again.
And as they battle for the lead, Brandon Estes, he has closed the gap a little bit. As they're side by side on the back stretch, Gabe Spencer and Spencer Mast. Spencer Mast looks like he'll pull off the pass in turn 9. He'll lead the 240 through the S's.
He just outbraked him when he went into turn number 9, turned down underneath him and made that pass. Now Gabe Spencer going to try to return the favor. He did it last time right here in 16 and 17. Let's see what he does now.
He'll stay behind him this time as we
got
have a
one
cart
course.
off. Luke Kondrowski in the 35. That's down in turn 9 at the end of the backstretch. Unlucky for Luke. He was running good.
Kondrowski just going to leave the cart and go get out of harm's way. And so I think that's pretty much going to be it for him for the afternoon in the 35. Meanwhile, drivers make their way by turn 4. They head down through the kink once again. And that battle is still on up front between Spencer Mast and Gabe Spencer. Look at this. Once again down to the inside, trying to see if they can change the outcome of the running order when they come through the S's. It is still Spencer Mast who's trying to chase down Gabe Spencer. Man, this battle has just changed hands several times in the last few laps, and it continues to be the best battle on the racetrack.
Yeah, Gabe Spencer and Spencer Mast are they're trading positions at turn 9 almost every lap. And, yeah, Brandon Estes, he loves to see that. He's thinking to himself, yeah, keep battling up front, and I'll just keep chewing away at this lead.
Yeah, Gabe was up there. Looked like Spencer right up there alongside him. Look at him. Here's the battle for the lead. Look at these guys. I checked that. That is back in the pack.
I believe that's Carson Craig there in the 55 battling Jose Garcia.
Carson looking for some good luck here this afternoon as he's trying to get by him. There's Garcia and Carson Craig in the 55. Meanwhile, your leaders are heading down into the fast part of the racetrack to see what they can do once again. There's that battle with Carson Craig and Jose Garcia. They go through turn number 9. Jose trying to hold off Carson Craig. It's the veteran driver and the young upstart driver who's really trying to come on strong here in this race, Carson Craig in the 55.
All over the back bumper of Jose there. Carson Craig using that luck of the rock to good use. Having a great race here.
He's trying to outbreak him and come off of turn number 17, but it's still going to be Jose Garcia that hangs on to the 4th spot, and Carson Craig right behind him in 5th. And they do continue to just be a real strong battle. Now, it looks like Jose got off the rumble strips just a little bit. Carson trying to see if he could take advantage of that, but Jose got back up ahead of him again. My goodness, what a race going on between these two.
It almost looks like Jose's bumper has kind of gotten, it's a little sideways. I feel like Carson Craig's ran into it a couple times. That's how close they're racing.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of something hanging on the back of Jose Garcia's cart, and Carson Craig is right there. Jose tells him to go around to the high side, or I'm not sure what that hand signal was. Anyway, it's not necessarily.
I think it was a friendly wave.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's a. Well, here's another one. Got his hand up in the air again. I'm not sure exactly what signals that Jose is sending to Carson Craig. I thought for a moment it was going to be, I'm slowing down, go on by me, but that's not exactly what happened at all. Look at that, 3 wide, going down into turn 2. Man.
a 4-cart battle here for the 4th and 5th position. And yeah, Jose is pitting. I thought so. It looked like, yeah, Jose was shown the meatball flag, as it's called, because I think he has that dragging bumper. So I think they told him to come in.
Well, that's a bummer. Whenever you got a good cart and you got a good battle going on and you got to come in, that's a tough spot to be in. But that will move Carson Craig up to 4th position right now. And still a good tight battle going on in our shot right there on the screen as you see those guys going at it. And 3 more carts behind them really racing hard.
Unfortunate for Jose, but if that back bumper comes off and becomes a piece of debris on the track, it's a safety issue for the other drivers. So.
Yeah, especially in an open wheel vehicle like this. You don't need any debris out there that has a likelihood of chopping somebody in the head.
Definitely try to avoid that as we enter lap 7 here. So only a couple more laps to go. This has been a great race so far. The battle's all over the track.
It has been a good race. Up front, it's been strong. Spencer Mast and Gabe Spencer swapped the lead in the early couple of laps 3 or 4 times. They were always going to see who was going to be there by the time they got to the scoring stripe. Well, right now, Gabe Spencer is just not got what it takes to get by Spencer Mast. Spencer Mast has been leading this thing for the last few laps, and our lap starting to wind down. We're working lap number 8 for these drivers in the KA100, and I believe that may be Lo206 Junior. I'm not sure exactly what the other division is out there, but we've got a couple of divisions running out there.
So it's K100 Senior and Junior.
Okay, the K100 Senior and K100 Junior. So let's tell you, amongst those drivers that are running, everybody that's out there right now is a senior except for Adam Wine. I believe he is the only junior. No, there's Vincent Capetillo. He is also a junior. So Capetillo is the leader of the juniors among his class of racers that are in this situation right now. So keep an eye on Capetillo. He is in the 14 cart, and he is currently shown on the track in 6th or 7th position. I believe he's in 7th position at the moment.
Yeah, those first 6 spots are occupied all by K100 seniors.
There they come off 17. It'll be lap number 8 complete right now, or coming to the white flag right now, as Spencer Mast is going to be shown your leader with Gabe Spencer in 2nd spot, and I think the white flag is out, so that means 9 laps are complete.
Spencer Mast coming in at turn 16. He leads those Gabe Spencer and Brant Estes. Oh, and a pass for the lead on the final lap. And they're
Look at this,
3-way to the
3
line.
wide. Oh, my.
And I think we're waiting on scoring to update. That might be Gabe Spencer who made that pass, and he might have it.
I think that was Gabe Spencer. We'll have to see. Our race monitor has hung up at the moment on 7 laps complete, and of course we've completed 10. But what a race for those guys as they came down to the wire. My goodness, good race going on for the KA100 seniors and KA100 juniors.
Yeah, we'll have to see when scoring updates, but yeah, it seemed like there was just battles for almost every position on that whole race.
One of the best races so far this afternoon, KA100 Senior, KA100 Junior. It is our assumption that Spencer Mast was the winner of the KA100 Seniors and that it was Vincent Capetillo who was the best in class in the KA100 Juniors. So we'll find out if there's anything that's contrary to that as we go along once time in scoring updates that completely. So we'll find out who's coming up next in just a moment. It's Atlanta Motorsports Park. It's a beautiful Saturday afternoon. We're in pre-finals right now, which means we set the field for the final events coming up just a little later this afternoon.
All right, and we are back here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. I believe we have Lo206 coming out on track. Race monitor is down, so we'll get an update on that when it comes back as they head on their formation lap. We'll see if they can get it green here first time by. No, they'll wave it off. They don't like how they're gridded, so we'll try this again. As they'll take that left turn through the cutoff and grid back up.
Well, Mikey, let's see if we get a little better shot at it this time. See if the drivers hold it together a little better as they come off 17. Great shot from the drone right there as you see him coming down towards start finish. Let's see if the green flag's going to fly this time. Everybody in pretty good shape lined up, but that's not our choice to make. Nope, that is not going to happen again this time.
Yeah, there might have been a couple guys out of line there. We'll see. Yeah, this must be Lo206 Junior because they never start properly.
That's right. They youngsters that have a lot of adrenaline flowing. They're wanting to get this race underway very quickly, and that just seems to prolong things instead of getting it going very quickly. We'll find out in a moment how well they're going to do. All right, they're slowly bringing it off turn 17 once again. They come down. They are side by side, 2 by 2. Let's see if we get a green flag. Yes. Right at the last second, the green flag flies, and we're underway. They're under full power up to the top of turn number 1. They'll go up to top of the hill, take that deep dive down into turn number 2.
A great shot here with the drone. You can really see that elevation change as they go down at turn 2 and then back up the hill.
And boy, some of them are struggling to try to get up the hill. I tell you what, their power curve has just about taken its toll coming up that big 40-foot hill.
They're able to all get single file onto the backstretch here. Not sure who we have in the lead here. This is number 26.
Yeah, the 26 and the 48, and we're going to have to do the old numeral thing here. Number 26 having a good race over the 48 car right now, so we'll just go with that at the moment.
But the top 3 positions are racing pretty close here as they head into turn 16. That final turn onto the front stretch. And they'll come see the line here to complete their first lap.
The technology has changed things quite a bit. Back in the old days, you would have a paper with everybody's name on it, and you'd have to keep up with it, and I'd have to go ask who's still on the lead lap. Every 20 laps, we'd have to find out who was still on the lead lap because there was no official timing and scoring on computer back in those days. Nowadays, we depend so much on them, and we don't even do a backup of a paper kind of trail. So if something does go wrong technologically, then we're kind of out of luck here. So we got the 26 Kart, who is your leader, our 21 Kart in second spot, and the 40-something or other Kart just lost almost 2 spots on the track. Look at them in that 3-wide battle and a 3-way battle coming up the hill toward turn 13.
Yeah, almost maybe a little bit of contact there. He kind of had a hand gesture that he gave to the 1 Kart, so wonder if there wasn't a little, he didn't have a little help there.
Probably a little bit so. Our leader is separated by about 10 kart lengths right now as he works his way into 1. So he is the first driver to get down to the bottom of that big hill in turn number 2. Drivers, got a change for a spot there as the 48 car gets by the 21. So we got another change for position in that second, third, and fourth battle that's going on.
Yeah, that looks like the 21 just took that turn way too wide, gave 48 way too much room on the inside, and he just crept right up, took the spot from him.
So the 26 now with about a 10, 12 length advantage, something like that, coming through the S's. They work their way up the hill. Everybody pretty much taking that same line, trying to dive down there to make the entrance to the corner as good as they can, or at least the exit of the corner. That's what you're shooting for, is to make that exit of the corner be as profitable for you speed-wise as possible. That dictates how you go into the corner. And so you see these guys now coming by. I believe we completed 3 laps so far.
Great shot here from our speed cam into turn 1. You see how they just kind of flick it into turn 1. It's a high-speed turn up the hill, and you don't have much time to react before turn 2 comes up on you, and you have to get on those brakes.
They're by our turn 4 vantage point as they work their way down the hill right now. Another one of those areas where you want to be single file. That kink really puts a kink in the way the driver might drive that. You might want to think that's a passing area, but by the time that kink goes in, it really narrows the track down as to what the actual racing groove is through there. Got a double wide battle coming up there through 13 right now. Check those guys out.
Yeah, and the lead that our leader had is kind of gone away here as the second place Kart has.
Look at it, right beside him. Wow. We got a battle going on there for the top spot.
Yeah, it's a 2x2x2 battle. First and second, third and fourth, and fifth and sixth, all having battles.
And a lot of those side-by-side battles, just as they came across the stripe, be interesting to see how timing and scoring shows theirs. But we're coming up top of the hill right now as we get ready to roll around turn number 3.
And I believe we have a new leader. I think that blue Kart was the 26, and I think he's in second place now.
And look at the battle going on there. That is back for third and fourth spot.
Down into turn 9. It's really, there's 3 battles going on. It's quite spectacular racing.
Yeah, whenever you get done with this one, you're going to be happy if you just won the battle inside the war because there's a whole lot of things going on, and if you can just top out that guy that you're racing so closely behind, that's going to be your victory for the afternoon going into the final. But right now we've got 3 distinct 2x2x2 battles, as you mentioned, going on the racetrack.
Yeah, definitely important. Yeah, you're going to feel good if you win one of those.
Up front, they've separated themselves just a little bit. They're no longer 2x2. They've got about 6 or 8 car lengths in between them right now as our leader makes it into turn 4. But look at that side-by-side going on. Wow.
Oh, he was able to get the inside, but didn't have enough speed to carry it into that turn. Has to fall behind. Yeah, so the 48 Kart has jumped out to the lead here.
Now, the 48 started back in third, as my recollection reminds me, and I believe he has worked his way past 2 karts now to get up there to the top spot.
Yeah, to the top spot and kind of driving away as he has a decent gap here. Same with third and fourth spot have kind of separated, but fifth and sixth still bumper to bumper. There's the leaders here on the bottom of turn 2.
Yeah, they come up that big hill up toward top of turn 3 and then across the tower view in turn 4. And a good shot from the drone there as our drivers make their way down the kink and into that fastest part of the race course as they head toward turn number 9. Now, they have to get on the binders pretty heavy there. That is not a wide sweeping turn. When you're at the main track and you see the rental carts over here, you see that these drivers think they're going into 9, and it's just a big old wide turn, and they wind up off in the grass because that turn quickly changes direction, and you've got to turn around and go through the S's. So it's a lot of finesse going through turns 9 and 10 here at this racetrack.
Yeah, watching the rental cars go through turn 9 is pretty fun. There's a lot of runoff space, and then there's grass, and then there's some even thicker grass, and I've seen carts all the way out there.
Wow, man. It hasn't been long ago we saw a car actually in turn 14 in the trees. So sometimes even on the main track, sometimes these guys let it get away from them just a little bit more than they anticipated. Right now, laps are winding down in this division as it looks like the 42 kart is heading up the hill. So we'll find out in just a moment how our leaders are working out. That battle comes through turn 4 and down into the kink, which they go single file throughout.
It's a decent battle here. I think this is for the 4th and 5th position as they head into turn 9 into the S's. We'll get numbers on these carts when they come by.
That's the 81 back in 4th spot there. That's the 12. And once again, they were getting a side-by-side battle going on there for a minute, but they thought better of it, pulled back in single file, and now they go in their own tire tracks off of turn 16. So everybody hanging tough as they come down to 17. And once again, they come down to the 2 laps to go sign. So 8 laps complete right now and 2 to go to finish this one up for our drivers in this particular division.
Yeah, there's a lot of good battles this race. This one's still going on. The leaders have kind of spaced apart, so this is the best battle on the track currently.
I think Carson Craig is involved in this. I don't remember if I see the 55. I don't think Carson's actually in this race. He was in the last race, but I thought there for a moment that I saw him, but I think that's just a memory of the last race going on. As right now, our 12 cart is still battling awfully hard with the 81 that's behind him. White flag is out. There's our leaders coming through as the white flag flies. Final time by for these drivers as they work their way into the big U-shaped turn off of turn number 2 and back up the hill.
Yeah, the 48 Kart, he's driven from third all the way to the front and driven away a little bit. Had a great race. Looking to complete that race. Still has about half a lap to go, so anything can happen. The 26 Kart stays behind him, a couple carts behind. And the 26 kind of closed a little bit on this lap, but I don't think he'll be there in time with these 10-lap races. Now, if this was the 12-lap final, maybe he would have enough time to get to him.
Yep, but it's final lap coming down to the checkered flag this time. Here they come. And there is your winner crossing with second place Kart about 4 kart lengths behind. And here's a person all alone in third. That has separated out quickly. That was a big battle that was going on, but third place is now all alone. There was another good battle going on for fourth and fifth, and that's the way they crossed the stripe as well.
And then we have the 6th place Kart. I think this is the last Kart on the track coming down the front stretch to receive the checkered flag. Well, a pretty good race, even though we didn't know who was in it.
And we got another big roar coming up. This may be Lo206 Junior or something like that that's underneath us right now, because that's one of the bigger classes, and we do hear the sounds coming up through the floor from those drivers that are getting ready to roll out onto the racetrack. They'll be out in just a moment. We'll see who we got getting ready for our next race. Lo206 Junior looks like coming out from underneath us. It is a big division, and that's usually one of the biggest here. So possibly we'll be bringing them out on the track here in a moment.
Yeah, judging by the size of the field, I'd say this is Lo206 Junior.
Well, they've tightened the field up. They're getting ready to come by for an attempt at a green flag. Let's see how we do. We've not been very good on doing that first time by with anybody so far today. Maybe we'll have a chance to do it this time. They come down to that start zone. No, they're not going to get it first time by. That does not work out. So we'll be taking the shortcut, lining them up once again, see if we can get a good start for a green flag start this time.
A great shot of the drone here following these carts as they come to grid. They seem to have formed up nicely this lap. We'll see if the starter agrees.
Well, they always have a tendency to form pretty good there. It's when they get down to that area that's actually marked off and things go a little bit awry. But that looks like a pretty darn good ready area to start right there. Let's see if, yeah, we got a green flag, so we're underway.
We're still working to get race monitor back up, but oh, we got a cart in the grass there. A couple slow carts coming up the hill.
Well, that was an eventful climb up that big 40-foot hill, but they start to single file. They're trying to do some double filing. It ain't going to work through there, guys. Going to have to get it in single file. There's the one that's trying to work his way up the hill that's got the issue at the moment. Meanwhile, we saw a driver trying to do a pass down into turn 9. We'll try to find out who that is here in just a moment as we get back to our scoring and timing to figure out who is where on the racetrack. There's your battle going on. They've got some side-by-side. That is for 3rd and 4th position. And now 5th position gets involved in that as well.
As they come to the line here, kind of get single file.
Got the 29 cart up front, the 12 cart in second spot. 2 carts exit off the track down there in turn number 2. One of them is still there. One got it back under his own power, but we've still got one that was trying to get rolling once again. He's got it fired. Let's see if he's got enough power to make it up the hill in the 31 machine.
We didn't see what happened, but I imagine with 2 carts going around, usually it means there was some sort of contact.
Yeah, I have a feeling that may be the case right there. They were very close together whenever we saw that spin action going on. Speaking of close together, look at carts number 1 and number 2. They got a pretty tight battle going on as they head into 15.
As they round the corner, coming to the start-finish line. Yeah, P1 and P2, I mean, almost bump drafting. That's how close they are.
They are very close as they work to drop down the hill. Let's see if they come up the hill in that same configuration that they went down in. They pretty much come by our turn camera here in turn number 4, and they are just nose to tails, apparently being separated by about a foot right now between those 2 drivers.
Down on the backstretch, that number 12 cart gets closer to the bumper of the leader. We'll stay with him. So the 29 cart in the first position, followed by the 12 cart.
Now they work through the S's. They come up now to make that big rise up into turn 13. You can see those carts physically slowing just a little bit as they reach the height of their horsepower ratio and try to bring it up the track. And now they're working their way back down. That elevation changes all the way back down to where the flag flies right there at that start zone.
You see a couple of those carts, they kind of like move their bodies as they come up that hill, trying to give a little extra push. I don't know if it helps.
Yeah, I think that is called the Uden procedure. That's what we used to call it as we were 2- and 3-year-olds trying to get our little wagons and tractors and things are riding up the hill. So I think that still goes into effect nowadays. Maybe just a grand illusion, but it may actually have some validity. We don't know.
Well, if the placebo works, is it a placebo?
Yeah, maybe a placebo effect. But at any rate, if it makes you feel like you're faster, sometimes in your mind you can do great things. So more power to them if it works out.
As they come to the line here, there's a long stretch of carts from 5th place on back as the leaders are still pretty close together.
About a cart length separating those two right now, so there's not a lot of breathing room there, but just a tad bit for the 29 and the 12.
Down the backstretch they go. couple carts, they peek in and out on that backstretch, kind of just looking to see if they can make that pass. You see that all day.
That's one of the best battles we've had all day long between the top two. They are going at it tooth and nail. Got a good battle shaping up now for third and fourth also.
Yeah, similar to the last race, it's kind of a 2-by-2 battle as they come across the start-finish line. And from the 5th position on back, we got 5 cars here, all under a blanket, almost like a train, as they snake their way through this course.
Good battle going on there. There's 4 carts strung together, 5 carts actually strung together in that group.
A couple carts here jump out of position, see if they can better their position. Oh, a little bit of contact there at the start of the S's.
Well, that's
a
to be
lot of
expected.
contact.
Oh, my goodness.
One cart on the infield. He's going to keep it going. This is 69. He'll rejoin the track. Oh, got to be careful not to hit anyone.
Boy, lost a lot of spots in that little melee that occurred right there, but quite a bit of action going on in that corner. Meantime, we've still got our classic battle going on up front as we clock in another lap.
And that 69 cart was able to rejoin, but that demonstrates how much momentum is so important on this track with all this elevation change. If you get caught in the wrong area, you can lose a lot of spots just because of going up hills and low power.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see how well we can keep these drivers with their momentum going. Momentum is such a valuable asset at a track like this. Right now, look at that 3-way battle that is going on down into turn number 9. That's Bell back behind the leaders, but it looks like Carson Craig is involved in that. I see his number 55 cart. So it's Carson Craig in there. This must be the Lo206 Juniors.
Mm-hmm. A recognizable cart as they head through 15 into 16. As they get the 2 to go at the line. The battle for the lead still very tight as they come in front of us here in the front of the building. Down into the kink.
They battle it tough as they go through that kink area down the back straightaway and trying to set him up for a pass. We've got the 12 back in second spot trying to chase down the 29. 29 using up all the track he can and trying to protect that bottom against the advances of the 12 as well. They come up top of the hill. They're in turn number 14.
And it looks like we do have race monitor. So number 29 is Erickson Evans and Nick Lafredo in the second position as they come to the line to get that. Oh, now they get the 2 to go. So now that we have timing and scoring back, there must have been some confusion as well with the flagger. So 2 to go this time by.
Spencer Mast is being shown. Erickson Evans is being shown as our race leader in the 29. Spencer Mast in third. Nick Lafredo is in fourth, followed by Gabe Spencer in ninth, and Brandon Estes rounds out your top 10. So it should be coming to white flag this time. They bring it off turn number 4. White flag is in the air, so there's your battle that's going to be continuing on for one more lap between those guys up front. That's Nick Lafredo in the number 12 and Bobby Evans.
Erickson Evans.
Erickson Evans is the driver of the 29. He is in third spot. Actually, Evans is in second. Gabe Spencer.
I don't think Spencer
in
Mass
third
is in
place.
this race. I don't see him on mine. I feel like
I think we got a blending of old race monitor and new race monitor probably.
yeah, it might be a little.
There's your battle side by side coming through the S's. 29's back up front once again.
Evans takes the lead back.
Yeah, Erickson Evans really doing a great job as we're coming down to the checkered flag. He goes through 16 one final time. The 12 of Nick Lafredo is your second place car. Here they come by. Who's it going to be at the line? It is going to be the 29 who is going to take the win.
Erickson Evans in the 29 will take the win in this preliminary final. Nick Lafredo in second place. Brant Estes rounds out your podium. Number 8, Danny May will cross the line in fourth position, followed by Matt Lassiter in the 87. In sixth position, Ryan Curtin in the number 37. Banu Yedla in the number 21 finishes 7th. In the number 440, Carter Speraza finishes 8th. Carson Craig in the number 55 will finish 9th. And then in number 403, in 10th spot, Paul McKilry will round out your top 10 here in the Lo206 Senior. All right. So it looks like Race Monitor sorted itself out, so that's good. We can get these names.
Yeah, congratulations to Erickson Estes on the win in the 29 car. Man, they swapped the lead back several different times. Good to see him pull out the win as we got toward the end of it. We'll have our next group coming up in just a minute. They worked their way off out of the starting gate right now. Looks like only 3 carts here. This is going to be the Lo206 Junior, I believe. Scotty Arnold is in this one. Camden Trachtenberg is also in it, and Alyssa Vasquez in it. Here's the replay. Look at this. Look going up the hill. Look at all of the contact going on between those drivers. Oh, my goodness. That is a lot of contact when you're going up the hill and you got so many carts involved. Still more contact as they went up to the very top of the apex of that hill. Here's another replay looking down into turn number 9. Check out this. Looking to the high side to try to make the pass. It's going to be Estes trying to get that lead away. And once again, coming through turns 3 and 4. There they come through turn 4. Look at how tight that battle was as they made their way off turn number 4. My goodness, what a great race from those two drivers up front. Here goes the battle down into turn 9. It's taking a turn toward the inside. This time, let's see if we can outbrake him and out-turn him coming off the S's. And he did. Once again, the 29 of Erickson got the 12 just behind him as they head down through the kink. It's Erickson holding on to it. Here comes the battle for the 12 as he looks to the inside. Lafredo in the number 41 tries to take that spot away and will do so coming up through the S's. So another great opportunity for those drivers. Now we're back to our live action. That's Alyssa Vasquez. She is in the lead right now as they head down to the kink. So it didn't take Alyssa long to move from her last starting position up to take the number 1 spot in this race right now that's going on.
Yeah, kind of an uncharacteristically small field here for Lo206 Junior. I wonder if there was a lot of birthdays and maybe if people advanced to the higher divisions.
Very possible that happened, but I talked to Alyssa just a little earlier, and she felt good about the way things were going with her kart, and obviously so. She has made her way up to the front right now, and it's showing her in the 107, but I believe that the kart number she is in is different than that, the way it looks on the track. You can tell her, obviously, by the pink driving suit.
Alyssa in the first position. All 3 of these drivers fairly close to each other. It's definitely, the race is still on. If anyone makes a mistake here, they could lose the spot.
Yeah, this is in the 107 Kart. They've got her listed as the 107, and I think the back of her cart just says an 07 on it. I think that's what was misleading to me, but she leads them right now, about 9 cart lengths, as she has the advantage going into turn number 9. The 32 cart, Camden Trachtenberg, right behind her, had Scotty Arnold in the 110, who is shown back there in third spot.
I think, yeah, Camdenberg sounds good.
It's not a mixed metaphor. It's just a mixed up word. I don't know what you call that, Mikey. Trying to see if I can figure out how to pronounce that properly, and just decided to pronounce it as emphatically as I could the wrong way.
Alyssa has created quite the gap here. She's pulling away from the two behind her, Camden and Scotty.
Camden and Scotty got a pretty good little race going on between the two of them. Camden looks down at the bottom of that hill right now as Alyssa makes her way up. Scotty's right on his bumper, so they've got a good battle going on as they come to turn 4. Starting to spread out a little more right now as the 32 of Trachtenberg has gotten a little bit more advantage over Arnold. They head down into the back side of the racetrack and down into turn number 9.
And you can see a difference in lines between Arnold and Trachtenberg. It seems like Arnold kind of takes a wider line on a couple of these turns.
Yep, it looks like he's actually maybe, well, he's tightening up right now on Trachtenberg, but it seems as though he's leaving a little on the table when he makes those wide turns out there like he's doing.
He's closed the gap here on the front stretch as they come to complete lap 3.
Yeah, they're trying to set up right now. Arnold is over Trachtenberg, trying to set him up for a pass, but that did not work out. There you see Alyssa coming off turn number 2, working her way up the hill. And just behind her, well, there's Alyssa once again coming into turn 4. Just behind her, there's that battle going on for second and third spot. Lo206 Junior, we're right in the middle of that right now. Let's tell you a little bit about those Lo206. That's the engine style in this Lo206 Junior. It is an opportunity for drivers between the ages of 12 and 15. You might have mentioned there have been some timely birthdays in there that may have caused some of those drivers to have to move up. These are Briggs & Stratton engines. If you know anything about the Lo206, it's just a plain old Briggs & Stratton engine, and they do have a little bit of spacers, call them restrictor plates, call them whatever you want to, but they've got some restrictions on there to keep them from reaching the top speeds in these karts. So that is certainly something that makes this racing very, very popular. They use what they call the yellow slide to restrict the amount of space that the accelerator can open that throttle valve on the carburetor.
Yeah, well, the top speed on these Lo206 Juniors is about 60 miles an hour, so very similar to what you'd get on like the rental karts, but still plenty fast.
Yeah, and of course, anytime you've got fairly equal speeds, you're going to have good racing. So it doesn't matter how fast the karts go necessarily as far as good racing goes on. And we got some good racing right now as the 110 of Scotty Arnold has tried to work by Trachtenberg. I thought he had a good position to do that, but it didn't work out in the long run.
Yeah, Camden Trachtenberg had a great move there. He just committed to his line and knew that he could drive back under him, and he did.
Well, Trachtenberg is your second-place car right now, and Scotty Arnold is working in third spot. Behind them, or in front of them, Alyssa Vascu has already come by. She has completed 5 laps. Now, these other drivers put the halfway point in the books for them, and Vascu already up the hill in turn number 2, so she's got quite an advantage over these two guys that have been battling it hard behind her, Camden Trachtenberg and Scotty Arnold.
The race is definitely for second as Alyssa has driven away. We'll see if Scotty Arnold has it in him in these last 5 laps to make it past Camden Trachtenberg. As he goes for a move here in turn 9, a repeat of the last move, and Camden will hang on again. The same thing.
Wow.
Camden just hangs on to that inside and crosses over again.
It's interesting to watch the way that these drivers attack the corners differently. Seems to be the same outcome every time, no matter whether somebody tries to go inside or outside more. But you see that battle still heating up as they go into 17 down there. My goodness, they got a good battle going.
It seems like Scotty Arnold he dives into these corners, but then the exit is poor because he's dive bombing, and then Camden, he realizes that he keeps it tight and drives off well.
So we're working on the final laps of this one. 6 laps have been completed, 4 to go as Alyssa Vascu leads this group for the final few times around. We'll have Lo206 Master, I believe it is, coming out next. That'll be our next race on the racetrack. That will, I think, do it for our preliminaries as we'll get ready for the finals coming up a little bit after that. Right now, the battle continues to go on for second and third spot. It's Camden Trachtenberg in the 32 and Scotty Arnold in the 110, who are still trying to figure out who it's going to be at the checkered flag between those two for second and third spot.
Scotty Arnold closed up real tight on the back of Camden Trachtenberg as they come down the front stretch.
There's Alyssa working her way, and she's doing the Udden thing going up the hill. Even though she's got a comfortable lead, she wants more out of that car. So Alyssa working her way now down through the kink. We've completed 7 laps.
Yeah, I notice Alyssa, no matter how big of a lead she has, she will put her head down on the backstretch to kind of get a better aero advantage, even
That's
if she's 30 seconds ahead of everyone.
But, you know, that's a good thing. No matter how much of a lead you've got, that just keeps it in that muscle memory to remember to do it every time, whether somebody's within sight of you or whether somebody's right alongside of you. Those same muscle memory things that you do every time to create as much speed as possible, you need to continue to do that and never let up, because that's the way to continue to build good, strong muscle memory. 2 laps to go. The sign as they come across the stripe there at timing and scoring. So we've got 2 laps to go for our Lo206 Juniors.
Scotty Arnold looking on the inside of Camden Trachtenberg, not going to get there in turn 1 as they head into turn 2, down the hill into the braking zone. Camden Trachtenberg hangs on to that second spot, back up the hill.
Well, you got to give Trachtenberg some credit. He has held off every advance of Scotty Arnold through this race, and there have been a lot of them. You think about just about every corner, Arnold has been there to try to do something, and we've been now 9 laps, and we've had, 17 corners at this racetrack, so he's done a good job. Now look at Arnold. He's trying to make a last pass move. Look at him going to the inside. Scotty Arnold is there,
Same
but the
again.
crossover, oh my goodness, here comes Trachtenberg back to second position.
That's the 3rd time this race that Scotty Arnold has tried to dive bomb in turn 9 and can't get there at the S's.
Well, he's got one more good shot at it coming through 16 and 17. Let's see what happens. They're coming to the white flag. They've got a shot this lap, and then one more time they can go at it on the final lap. Arnold looking down to the inside, but Trachtenberg is still in second spot. We'll follow this one because this is going to be a great race to the end. Final lap around as Trachtenberg leads Arnold. There's Alyssa Vascu. She is clearly the leader and heading off down to the backside of the racetrack. Here comes our battle for second and third as they make their way in front of turn 4.
This is where he has made his attempt at the pass every time into turn 9.
He's doing it again.
He's not going to get there. Camden Trachtenberg hangs on to the second spot. He'll have about one more chance here. Scotty Arnold will into turn 14 and 15.
Well, Arnold's got to catch him right now. Trachtenberg up the hill. Here comes Arnold behind him. He's not close enough to make anything happen right now. Alyssa's got her hand in the air, and the checkered flag is in the air. Alyssa Vascu gets the win in this pre-final. One more time off 17. Arnold is trying to make the move on Trachtenberg. Is it going to happen? No, Trachtenberg going to hang on to it, and Scotty Arnold finishes in third spot. But yeoman's effort to Scotty Arnold. He did everything possible to try to take away that second spot from Camden Trachtenberg. Just did not work out for him, so they finished second and third behind Alyssa Vascu, who was our winner in the Lo206 Junior. Lo206 Masters coming out next.
And
That is right. That's been the last one.
Lo206 Masters on the grid and on their way out. So I got 7 carts here on Race Monitor. We'll see if 7 carts join us on the track. And that was a great battle between Arnold and Trachtenberg.
And it lasted all race long. Rarely do you usually see those things sort themselves out and somebody get a distinct advantage over the other one. But they stayed that way 10 laps. I mean, just really battling hard.
Just the mental fortitude of Trachtenberg to kind of get past 3 times and just say, no, I know I'm going to get him back here on this crossover and not be discouraged.
Yeah. Great race by those guys. Danny May is going to start this one off up front. That's a name that has been around here for a long time and been to victory lane a number of times. Jeremy Durst follows in second. Chris Orencia in third. Clabe Ferguson and Frank Baldozier along with Banu Yedla. That's the way we show them lining up right now as we get ready to get this race underway. With Lo206 Masters, we'll start finals. After this, we'll be bringing up our lineup for Lo206 Cadets. They'll be our first final race coming up, so drivers, be ready and get those cars prepared to get to staging in Lo206 Cadet for our first feature of the afternoon, our first final. Right now, it's the pre-final, and this is Lo206 Master.
Lo206 Master full of A&P household names here. Let's see if they can get the green flag on the first time by.
Nope, did not make it that time by. Too much wishy-washy and weaving back and forth in order for that to be a good start. So, and I think they consider that kind of getting out of line, like you're trying to get a bit of an advantage. So not going to allow that. Everybody's got to stay nose to tail. They got to stay right in line as they come down through that starting grid before the green flag will wave.
Here they grid up. They look pretty good this time, so we'll see if they can get the green.
Let's see. Nope, did not do it this time either. We're going to have to wave it off one more time.
Well, I think third time's a charm. I think they get it this time.
You want to put your money where your mouth is on that? You got a bet you're going to put on this?
I would not bet on race starts.
Never bet on race starts. All right, here we go. Let's see what was going to happen this time. They're 2x2. They always look good going into 17. They always look like, man, they just got this thing. And then somewhere in that mystical area between turn 17 and where the green flag would come out, it just doesn't always seem to work out. Let's see if it does this time. Good drone shot there. Let's see if everybody stays in line.
And
yep, got the green. We are underway right now. As they head up the hill to turn number 1, they'll be setting up for that great drop down into turn number 2, and then we'll start to get an idea. Clabe Ferguson is shown as your race leader with Jeremy Durst in second, Chris Orencia in third, but that may all change by the time we get back to timing and scoring at the end of lap number 1.
Yeah, one of those carts that was on the inside had to check up, and the whole field kind of passed him on the outside. It's very unfortunate.
We got one cart that's got a bit of a breakaway going right now. Can't check out the number on that cart completely. That 63. Is the 63. Yeah, that's Jeremy Durst. So Durst is out front with the 14 cart, and I believe Clabe Ferguson may be the driver of that cart that says 14 on it right now. I don't know. That might be. I'm not sure exactly who that is. We'll have to find out once the transponder hits that timing light over at start-finish.
As they come through turn 16 here, we'll get a good view on race monitor.
So Durst is going to be our leader. He is not being challenged at the moment. I believe they'll move Jeremy Durst up to the top spot. Banu Yedla, that's who it is in the 21. Clabe Ferguson in the 33 runs third. Chris Orencia is fourth in the 78. Frank Baldozier is fifth. And Danny May did not come out in this race. He's not shown as having completed a lap, so I don't think Danny May is involved in this race right now. We had only 5 to start and not the 6 that is being shown on Race Monitor. Look at this battle going on right here.
Yedla looking to get to the lead. He'll get there. Can he hang on?
Yeah, can he retain it? That's the issue. Banu Yedla, he does. He brings it out to the S's right now, so it's clear sailing for Yedla as they work their way up the hill. Meanwhile, Jeremy Durst trying to wrestle that spot away once again because he was the leader last time by, and he wants to continue to be the leader. But right now it looks like it's in the hands of Banu Yedla.
Yeah, Banu Yedla kind of just easily drove past him on the straight here, but Jeremy Durst not giving up. He's staying with him.
Yeah, Yedla's going to hang on to that. Durst is in second spot. Clay Ferguson is in third. Chris Orencia is fourth. And Frank Baldozier rounds out our field right now. 2 laps complete out of 10 as we're in our final pre-final of the afternoon, pre-race of the afternoon before we get to those finals. And this is your Lo206 Master Division.
All right, on to the backstretch. This is where all the pads have been happening today. Let's see if Jeremy Durst has anything for Yedla as they head into turn 9. Not going to be there, so he won't go for the move. And they'll head through the S's.
That is a great passing area, one of the best on the racetrack. As you look down to number 9, as it swings wide and gives you an opportunity to drive underneath if you set it up properly, but unable to do so right now as Banu Yedla continues to lead, and Jeremy Durst is your second place kart. They go into turn number 17. Good shot from the pole cam there. Here they come by start finish. We'll complete 3 laps right now.
And I just got an update. So it's not Frank Baldozier and that 110. It's Lee Thompson.
Lee
They didn't
Thompson.
change out the transponder, but that is him in that cart.
Okay, Lee Thompson instead of Frank Baldozier in the 110. Lee Thompson, the driver of that cart. That's good information.
And unfortunately, I think for Lee Thompson, I think he might have pulled off because I don't think he completed that last lap. Yedla still the leader here. Jeremy Durst following right behind. See if he can get back up to the bumper of Yedla.
Yedla leads him down into turn 17, or heading toward 17. He's in 16 right now. They'll come to 17. It'll be 4 laps complete as Banu Yedla comes by our start-finish line there and puts in 4 laps complete. Durst right on his bumper.
Up the hill, Yedla looks behind him. Jeremy Durst getting to the outside of him here on the top of the hill. It's kind of rare that you see that. But he'll close the gap as they head through the kink onto the back stretch.
Working their way down through the kink right now. It's Yedla and Durst. We've got our cameras focused on them because that's the best race on the racetrack at the moment. Yedla takes them into turn number 9. As you mentioned, that's one of the best passing areas on the racetrack. If you set it up properly and you've got the speed to do it, many times drivers try that and the old slingshot move comes into play, and the driver they just passed is able to drive back under them if they go in with too much speed. So it's a fine line to determine exactly how you're going to advance in turn number 9. Same situation true what we just saw right there, Mikey, coming out of 17. That is a possibility of a passing zone there, but you can't get too wide or they might cut back underneath you.
We've seen it many times where someone maybe makes the pass, kind of gives them a little bit of a slide job in that final turn, but it's too much slide and not enough speed to get to the line.
Yeah, they're heading down turn 2 for the last few times. We've completed halfway of this, so we've got 5 more laps to go to complete it. There you see Banu Yedla bringing them up the hill in the number 14 as Yedla continues to lead this over Jeremy Durst.
So here, this is the battle for 4th and 5th position. That's Clay Ferguson and Chris Orencia as they head into turn 9.
Clay Ferguson's got a bit more lead over Orencia than Yedla had over Durst a few moments ago, so not having to be as careful with his entrance and exits. Of course, you still don't want to give up any track space to allow that to tighten up anymore. But at least right now, those drivers have just a tad bit of breathing room in between them. They're not at the point where it looks like Orencia could just turn down underneath and get past Ferguson.
So almost all the battles here have kind of spaced out, except for that battle for 4th and 5th. They're still side by side as they head into. No, this is for the lead, actually. We lost him here for a second, but yeah, Jeremy Durst has come to the back here of Jedla.
Yeah, Durst right on his bumper. And there you see that battle for 3rd and 4th as you just see Jedla and them disappearing. They went side by side as they came up top of the hill. Look at this battle. There's your battle for the lead going down into 15. And it's the 63 of Banu Jedla. That's Durst, the 63 of Durst, trying to battle right there on Jedla. And they come across the line, and it's still going to be Jedla, your top spot, with Durst in second. But they've completed 7 laps right now.
Yeah, Jeremy Durst was all over Bonnie Jedla. Oh, Bonnie Jedla kind of slow up the hill. Jeremy Durst is going to make the pass up the hill right in front of us.
That's not considered one of the prime passing areas, but he made it work. So we've got Jeremy Durst back up front and a hungry Banu Jedla behind him. Let's see if Jedla is going to be able to pick him off as they go through these corners right here. There's a good spot to give it a shot.
I'm not sure what happened if Bonnie Jedla just didn't have the good enough exit speed on that bottom of that hill, but yeah, kind of rare to see a pass there. But I think Bonnie Jedla is fast, and I think he can get to the back of Jeremy Durst before this is done, so I think it's not over.
Yeah, he's tightening it up right now as they go into 16, as a matter of fact. So they'll get down there. Jedla trying to work on him. He tightens up even more as Durst goes a little bit high out of 17. So they come by now. 2 flags to go. That means 2 laps for these drivers to get it in. Got a feeling it's going to be an exciting 2 laps for this Lo206 Master, Mikey. I think there's going to be some interesting stuff happening here.
If I had to bet any money, I'd say it's going to happen in turn 9.
We'll follow them down to turn 9 and see. Right now they're coming through the kink as they head off turns 5 and 6. They'll be going through the 7 and 8, which is basically they drive it straight. It's not like it's even turns at all. It just looks that way. All right, here's the critical turn number 9.
Jedla not close enough to make the move there, but he does kind of inch closer. So we'll see if he can stay on the back of Durst for this lap. Try to get him next time.
Well, Jeremy Durst is a great race car driver, and he will try to keep Banu Jedla behind him, that's for sure. Now, there's that other battle that's going on. It's into 16 and 17 right now. White flag is out. It's going to be
last lap. Oh, Bonnie Jedla in the bottom of 2. Is he going to get up?
Look at that. Jedla and Durst going side by side as they go up. Yeah, Jedla's got him at the moment, but he opens the door a little bit for Jeremy Durst. My gracious.
Jeremy Durst on the back bumper of Bonnie Jedla. What a move by Jedla into turn 2. He just sent it.
Well, Jedla's got the advantage right now. They go to 9 for the final time.
Jedla had a good defensive line there going into 9. Didn't allow Jeremy Durst to get on the inside. Jedla driving a real good defensive line here up the hill. Jeremy Durst has to make the move on the outside. I don't think he's going to get there. Onto the back bumper.
He wanted to try it, but it just didn't hang on. So here they come off turn number 17. They'll bring it down right now. Jedla and Durst, who's going to be in the checkered flag. Oh, my. Jedla gets him by just the nose of that cart over Jeremy Durst. How about that finish with Jedla taking it right there at the line?
I can't believe Bonnie Jedla just sent it into turn 2 like that and beat him up the hill.
He certainly did. It was a full send on for for Banu Jedla. Also finishing in this race, Clay Ferguson and Chris Orencio and Frank Bulldozer. Those are the ones that wind up as our top ones in the Lo206 Master. We've got Lo206 Cadet coming up next. It'll be finals. We are finished with pre-finals. Finals coming up next. with Lo206 Cadets. They've already got them staged, and we'll be getting ready for those finals coming up in a minute. The difference in the finals and the pre-finals. Pre-finals, you run 10 laps. We run 12 laps in the finals, and they're starting up next. Well, it's time for finals right now as we bring out the Lo206 Cadets. They are lined up on the track right now. Lo206 Cadets ready to go racing for you. This is the finals. It'll be 12 laps. We've lined these up in order in which they finished the pre-finals. So that was the race getting this ready for the lineup. Let's see if we get a good start this time from our Lo206 Cadets.
As they'll come down, they won't get the green flag. And race monitor is a little laggy on the screen here, but I have it here on my phone. Joseph Saddington, who won the prelim, will start on pole. Oliver Nybert in the number 10 will start second. David Glakowski in the number 77 third. Ruben Greer fourth. And in the 115, Ryan Dehoney will round out your top five.
Well, we saw Saddington do a job earlier in this one as he got the win. Let's see if he's going to pull it off now in the final. They come down. We're going to, nope, not going to get it again this time. They got to line it up and do a little better job of that, so they'll go through the little shortcut area to come back down and line them up one more time.
Only 4 karts on the track, but a little bit of trouble lining up.
I'm convinced if you had one driver out there, there'd be times when there'd have to be a restart. Something about that just doesn't always seem to work out. All right, here we go. We got 4 lined up. Let's see if we can keep them in a good enough line to please the folks that are in the powers that be, that run the flag system down there and decide if this is going to be an exact race or not. Everybody looks good right now, but that could change at any segment of time. No, it's good. We got a green flag. How about this? We head up into turn number 1, and it's going to be Nybert, I believe, is our first driver that's going to be in the lead coming off of turn number. Oh, my.
Oh.
We had some contact, so I'm not sure who we're going to have up there.
Oh, more contact.
Off in the weeds goes the number 20 car of Ruben Greer. So Greer got the worst of that as he got forced off track.
Yeah, he was just kind of in the wrong place at the wrong time and got sent into the grass. All these carts spread out.
And we had a lot of changing going through turn number 2. That did some major change to the lineup in the way it was. So we may have to wait until we get back to scoring and timing to see. Man, the drone's giving us such great shots today. What a good job we're getting there from that drone and from the shots that we're getting there. So excellent work there today on the drone from Jeffrey, and he just does a tremendous job. Jeffrey Farver, let's get his name in. Oh, Jeffrey doing a good job on the drone today.
Good old Jeffrey. Oliver Nybert is in the position 1. David Glakowski in the number 77 in second. Joseph Saddington in third.
We saw Glakowski and Saddington putting on quite a race at the beginning of this in the pre-finals. Right now they're not close enough to really do much racing against each other. Everybody racing the track right now to try to see if they can hit their marks and hit their break points and so forth as they do that. But Nybert has got the advantage, and I think you're going to see Glakowski, and you probably will see Saddington closing in a little bit on him as we continue to race along throughout this race for the Lo206 Cadets.
Saddington had a rough start to this race. He was pretty good in that prelim. I think if you're Oliver Nybert, you just got to be thinking, all right, I got to gap as much as I can because I know who's behind me.
Yep, I think you're right. I think Nybert got a good advantage at the beginning of this race. He was able to get into the early lead, and so Nybert's going to take it and run with it. And there you see a good tight battle going on between those guys that are running in second and third spot once again.
Saddington takes the second spot.
Yeah, Saddington in turn number 1 was able to make the move to the inside, so Joseph Saddington pulled off that pass, and right now he runs P2 on the track. Just behind him is Glakowski in the 77 car.
Joseph Saddington in the second spot. He's set sail for Oliver Nybert in that first position. That the Jaws music starts playing in Oliver Nybert's helmet there.
Nybert he's got a handsome lead at the moment, but remember this is a 12-lap race, and for Nybert, he's taking it down to turn 15 right now. So Nybert knows that they're back there, just not how close, and they may be closer than he thinks they are. They're closing in. We're 2 laps into this one right now, and they're already starting to close that gap on Oliver Nybert. Work up the hill into turn number 3, coming around the tower turn in turn 4. And it's Nybert, your leader. Glakowski has got, Saddington has got quite an advantage there in second spot over Glakowski right now. So those drivers still battling hard, trying to see if they can catch up with Nybert. But Nybert, he's still out front and holding on pretty well right there. I think our lap count is a little off on the side of your screen that you see. It is, I believe we've got 3 laps complete right now, where it's only showing the end of lap number 1.
Yeah, it looks like it got paused at the end of that the first lap. So, but still Oliver Nybert in the first position. Saddington getting a little closer, but it's still Oliver Nybert out front.
Well, they head down into turn number 2 right now. Nybert a little bit closer, goes Saddington to Nybert, so he's starting to feel the pressure a little bit as Saddington closes in. So we're going to have a battle for the lead here ensuing pretty soon, I believe, as Saddington, once he got by Glakowski, Saddington just really turned it on, and he's up there right now trying to run down Nybert. We've completed 4 laps so far out of the 12 for the Lo206 Cadets, and that battle starts to heat up as they come up to turn 14.
Yeah, just on that back stretch into turn 9, Saddington closed the gap, and here he goes on the back bumper of Oliver Nybert. Looks on the inside of turn 16. Is he going to make it? He's there. Saddington.
Wow, awfully close.
Awfully close. Nybert looking for the crossover. Will he be on the inside for turn 1? He
Yeah.
will, side by side.
Put him inside, but that doesn't set up well for turn number 2 as Saddington's going to lead him into 2. How well does he come off turn 2? Pretty darn well. And he holds Nybert back to second spot. So Joseph Saddington has picked up a lot of ground here in the last couple of laps as he had to make up a lot of distance on the racetrack. He got by Glakowski and then set his sights on Nybert and got him. Now they go side by side again into turn number 9.
Nybert on the inside. Can he hang on to the lead? He does. He's going to hold the lead into the S's. So a great pass in turn 9 where we see all these great passes happen today. Oliver Nybert into the lead. Joseph Saddington, he's not given up. He's still right there.
I tell you, they have swapped the lead several times. Nybert's got it right now. Saddington wants it back again. Saddington works to the inside. He's trying to make that move off turn 17, and he's got a slight advantage as they come to the line. So put Saddington back up in first spot once again. Nybert back in second as they make their way down in turn number 2.
Nybert gets a much better launch up the hill. He gets so close to them at the top every time. See if he can set him up here on the back stretch if he has more speed as they make their way through the kink.
Joseph Saddington, your leader. Oliver Nybert in second. David Glakowski is third. Reuben Greer is fourth. Saddington leads Nybert now through the S's.
Yeah, Nybert didn't have enough speed, or he wasn't close enough to make that move in a 9, so he thinks better of it and just stays behind him.
Nybert right in the tire tracks of Saddington this time, going into 16.
Down on the front stretch here, 7 laps complete, so over halfway complete in this final race for Lo206 Cadet.
Yeah, Lo206 Cadet right now with Saddington up front, Nybert in second spot. They come by turn number 4, and Saddington and Nybert tighten it up as they head down to the kink.
Down to the kink, onto the backstretch, the fastest part of the track here. Nybert, he closes in on Saddington. Is he going to have enough? He's going to go for the pass on the inside. Not going to make it, though. Doesn't quite get there. Saddington holds on to the lead. Nybert falls in behind him.
Yeah, there's a fine line. If you run into there too hard, you wind up sliding off the race course down there in 9 into that runoff area. So you got to make sure you don't do that, but you want to keep that speed up enough to where you can try to turn possibly inside him if he makes the slightest opening available to you. That's sort of the same situation we've got there coming off 17, where they have that same opportunity to try to pass if they can get down to the inside, but not this time around. Joseph Saddington continues to lead Oliver Nybert.
And here goes where Nybert always gets that good launch up the hill. He closes the gap right in front of us in turn 4 as they come right in front of the building. Nybert coming through the kink. Joseph Saddington, can he hold on to the lead here? This is where the moves have been made. Will Nybert have enough speed to get there? He looks for it. Looks on the inside. He's going to get there. Nybert to the lead. Can he hold on to the S's? He does. Tightens it up. Makes it so he can't pass. Joseph Saddington on the back bumper of Oliver Nybert. We'll see if he has anything for him.
Well, that still is a very exciting race going on for the top 2 spots. We're just past the halfway point. Matter of fact, we're 8 laps complete right now out of the 12 in this race. And Nybert leads Saddington into turn 17. They'll come by and complete yet another lap.
As they head into turn 2, Joseph Saddington, yeah, he doesn't quite get that launch that Nybert does up that hill.
Yeah, didn't Saddington win the pre-final? Didn't he start up front on this one? It looked like that's where Nybert took the advantage, but now here comes Saddington back again. Saddington and Nybert. Now Saddington's down to the inside. Oh, Nybert gets in the rumble strips, and he loses a little bit of track position right there.
Contact between the two. He made a save, but yeah, he's going to lose position. Fortunately for him, with this final, he will have extra laps to kind of get close, see if he can get him back. But here's a replay. Joseph Saddington, he went wide to set up that corner and didn't know that Oliver was there and pushed him into the rumble strips.
Yeah, Oliver was right there on the edge of those rumble strips, and Saddington came in. There's another spot of it right there. Well, I don't know if he got that close or not. It looks like Nybert just all alone kind of went out wide of Saddington and got into those. I'm not sure there was any contact between those two. What a great shot from the instant replay. Sometimes your mind plays tricks on you of what you think you saw until you go back and actually see it in an instant replay like that. So good job of getting an opportunity to see that one again. So Saddington now fairly comfortable ahead with 2 laps to go, but you never know what's going to happen. It could be that Nybert's able to close in once again on him.
Saddington in the 89, he holds the lead over Oliver Nybert in the number 10 Kart. Oliver Nybert's going to have 2 laps to get there. Let's see if he can. He's been fast all race. He has the speed to get up there, but quite the distance to go. And the white flag is out.
Yep, final lap is underway. They head down to turn number 2 right now. It's the final time as Saddington leads over Nybert. Saddington trying to pull off the double here today as he won the pre-final, and looked like that was going to put him in control, but all of a sudden Oliver Nybert came on and led quite a few laps of this race, but Saddington didn't let him get away with it, and Saddington was able to get back by him. He may come home the winner this afternoon. We still got about a half a mile to go.
Joseph Saddington through the S's as he comes back up the hill. He is the leader. Oliver Nybert not quite close enough to make any difference in this race. As Ruben Greer gets the white flag, so he'll be on the last lap as the leaders come through the final turn. They'll see the checkered flag. Joseph Saddington's going to win your final for the Lo206 Cadet. Oliver Nybert, second place. And in third place is David Glakowski, and the number 77 will round out your podium for the final here. And in fourth position, Ruben Greer. He will finish his lap.
And that's the way they'll end up in our Lo206 Cadet, so a good race for them to start off our finals here this afternoon. Coming out next, we'll have the Tag Junior and Tag Senior coming out on the track. They'll be running together in their race, so Tag Junior and Tag Senior coming out on the track next.
You have any espresso in Italy?
Yeah, that's all they have was espresso machines.
Yeah.
And they had plenty of the little bitty capsules to do it. But one thing they did have, they had in our Airbnb we were staying, they had these little sticks you open up, and it was Nescafe instant coffee.
Oh, yeah, that's big in Europe.
And it's good.
It is good.
And so I used all the little sticks, so I took my little package to the little Carrefour, the little grocery store, and I held it up, and the guy said, no, no. And he said, wait. And he showed me a jar of Nescafe coffee, and I bought it.
It's cheap, too.
So when I got back home, I bought some more of it. Man, it's great. I love it. Never dreamed I'd like instant coffee.
That's a big thing in Europe.
But you asked for Cafe Americano, which is supposed to be American, and it's still strong as an ox, man. It is way stronger than what I like it. Well, we're going to line them up, see if we get a good start. We're nowhere near to have them lined up for a start that time. So we've got we got Tag Junior and Tag Senior on the track right now. So Tag Junior and Tag Senior are out there lined up ready to go. We'll get them set and get the race monitor recapitulated with them on here in a minute and be able to tell you exactly who we've got on the racetrack. We're going to come by, see if we get a green flag this time. Going to line them up a little better, and let's see how close we can get to the green coming out. Nope, they called it off already.
All right. They'll come around for the third try.
All right, coming off turn number 17 right now. Let's see if we can get a good start this time. Everybody looks pretty good at the moment. We got green. How about that? We got a green flag, and we're heading up the hill as we get our first leader starting to emerge from the pack as we head down to turn number 2. Got one that goes wide, so we got somebody else that has now assumed the top spot in this Tag Senior and Tag Junior race.
Oh, we got a cart went off in the
Way
cake.
off.
Oh, he saves
Wow.
it.
Man, he went way off almost into the tire barrier, able to regain his composure and get it back out on the race course and not spin it around, but lost a lot of distance and a lot of spaces on the racetrack in doing so.
I'll tell you, Charles, when I see a car go off there, I get flashbacks.
Yeah, boy, that was bad last time we were here, man.
But he held on to it.
Yep, held on to it, did a good job, and right now everybody is single file as they continue to work on the start-finish area and back up the hill.
As we're still waiting for race monitor to come back up. I think that's Perez in the lead. I recognize that green cart.
Well, Perez was the winner of our first time out, and he has probably worked his way back up to get into the lead here again. He has been the class of the field this afternoon and tries to get himself back in that top spot once again. I know the Prates both had a great run in this one earlier, so hopefully a chance for them to make some headway as Perez continues to lead it right now, but the Prates brothers battling hard in this race also.
Yeah, second place closed up on Perez here. Third place is actually not too far behind either, so it's really anyone's race. If you could turn a couple fast laps, you can get to the front real fast here.
They're down into turn number 9. Nobody close enough to really make any kind of move unless a big mistake is made, and nobody making any mistakes right now. They're all holding forth pretty firmly. This Tag Senior and Tag Junior going on right now. Perez, your leader.
So I have it here. Perez is the leader. Leonardo Oliveira in second place. And then the Prates brothers, Matthias Prates in fourth. Leonardo. Oh, no, Ray Nickel has come on.
Yeah, you know, we talked about Raiden Nickel exiting out of this race early in the lap number 1. Something just not working right on that machine. We thought he might come out for the feature, and he has done so, and he has now moved his way up to third spot. Leonardo Oliveira is your second place runner right now, and it's Daniel Perez up front. Perez leads him off turn number 9. There he is with Leonardo Oliveira in second spot as they work their way up the hill. Raiden Nickel is just behind them in the 93, so keep an eye on Raiden and see what he's able to do. Always one of the drivers we consider one of the favorites here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, the youngster out of Houston, Georgia, running in third position at the moment. Those top 3 have broken away from the rest of the field, so we've got a Perez, Oliveira, and Nickel breakaway from the rest of the field of drivers in Tag Senior. Now we've also got Tag Junior running in this one, but I believe all of these, it looks like, Mikey, everybody in this one is Tag Senior only, so I believe Tag Senior has been split away from Tag Junior this afternoon.
It looks like it. I guess maybe just the way might have more seniors than juniors. Perez still in the lead. Kind of opened up a little bit of a gap here over Oliveira. Ray Nichols still there in third position.
Yeah, and you see those drivers using the advantage of putting their heads down on anything that approaches a long straightaway. They put those heads down to really get that aerodynamic advantage as they head into the next corner. So Oliveira doing that, Perez doing that, Nickel doing that same thing. We saw all 3 of them doing it as they came down toward the start-finish line.
Using all the tools in the toolbox to get every 10th out of a lap. Heading into turn 9 into the S's.
No, that's not a block. No, he had one move. That was clean.
Well, no, I think. Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like, he's in the.
So there comes your leader. It's going to be Daniel Perez coming by. He will cross start finish, and he is your leader right now. Not really able to close in as Oliveira. Raiden Nickel not able to do much with them. They've remained this same distance between those three carts pretty much the first few laps of this one. Can you believe how quickly half of this race has gone by? We've completed 6 laps already, Mikey.
Yeah, these the tag carts are much faster than those Lo206s, it seems, especially these seniors.
Yeah, one of the greatest divisions here is the seniors. They put on quite a show, and right now Perez is the driver who has the advantage and working his way through the S's as they get ready to come back up to turn 14.
Perez still in the lead here.
They take their time to come across the start-finish line right now. It's Perez logging in 7 laps complete. Leonardo Oliveira and Raiden Nickel are also part of that top 3 group.
Raiden Nickel, we'll see if he has anything for these first 2 spots. He did have a problem in that first prelim. We expected him to kind of come back in this race and drive to the front, but he's kind of stalled out in his 3rd position.
Yeah, but it looks like Raiden's closing in a little bit, though, on Oliveira right now. So that battle's sort of heating up as the laps start to wind down, as Raiden Nickel in the 93 closing in a bit more on Oliveira. Daniel Perez, still your race leader. He comes by right now. He'll log in another lap complete.
Oliveira took that last turn so wide onto the rumble strips, much wider than Raiden Nickel did. Back up the hill, Raiden Nickel is closing in on Oliveira, you're right. But the laps are winding down.
Well, Daniel Perez, pretty handy lead at the moment right now. Laps are winding down for Perez. Raiden Nickel closing in a little bit more on Oliveira. Nickel is in the 93, Oliveira in the 340.
Okay, I was going to say, what's the spec on it?
And there you see how much of a lead Perez has. It's I don't know, 20 cart lengths maybe, let's say. Let's just give that a generalization of 20 cart lengths. They come by. We do not see the 2 flags being held out yet for 2 laps to go. So we're within that 2-lap or 3-lap window, 3 to 4 lap window to end this thing. But those first 6 laps went by fairly quickly for these drivers in the tag senior division.
Yeah, Perez just opening up a gap here. Kind of, all the carts are spread out, not too many battles going on. It seems where the carts are running is kind of where they'll stay. No one closing in too much.
So working their way up top of the hill once again, Perez now is down into turn 16 as those other 2 drivers are finally making their way into 16. Here comes Perez by, 2 laps to go, 10 complete, and 2 to go for the drivers in the tag senior.
Down the hill and then right back up into turn 3, turn 4. Daniel Perez makes his way through the kink onto the backstretch. And Daniel Perez, he's going to make his way to turn 16 now. The leader, he's going to win this final unless anything crazy happens in this final turn. Daniel Perez. Oh, white flag here. My bad. So 1 more lap to go. Daniel Perez will have to keep it on the track for 1 more lap, and he will have the win.
So this is supposed to be junior and senior, but it's only seniors out there.
Oliveira in 2nd place. Raiden Nickel in 3rd. all spread out throughout the field now.
Well, it's going to be tag master next.
Okay, so Master's coming out.
Into turn 9 and into the S's, the leaders go. Daniel Perez makes his way back up the hill. On his way to turn 16 to finish this race in the first position. Daniel Perez is going to be your winner in Tag Senior Final.
How about Daniel Perez bringing home that win in second spot? Leonardo Oliveira and Raiden Nickel takes third. So that's the way they end up for the top 3 in our drivers in the Tag Senior here this afternoon. Tag Seniors are finishing up right now. The rest of the field works their way by. We're bringing up Tag Master next. They'll be out next. It'll be Tag Master coming out on the track next. So we will continue with finals here at Atlanta Motorsports Park as Tag Masters bring them out onto the racetrack.
Push him off, and in return, it pushes you off. And I was like, the 5-second penalty is very gracious compared to what I could have done. It's just aggressive driving. There's no need for it. You guys have plenty of space on track. Well, I guess I just didn't really see, I didn't think it was aggressive driving. Like, that's fine. We're after what happened last month. But that I just didn't see anything. That's just ridiculous. Here's your water. Do I ask for water?
Always somebody.
Turn 9.
Yeah, so those results will hold. No, turn 6. Well, I guess it would be. Then turn 9. You're gonna keep confusing people. I know, but it's just what I grew up. I know 269 is
The end of the string, right?
the end of the backstretch.
You know, for some reason, I've always wanted to call that turn 6 too. I don't know why instead of turn 9.
It's the 6th of real turn, but they call any
Right, any little, yeah, exactly.
turn.
It's like 5. It's like 5 and 6 down through there. That's you drive that straight. You know. We got music playing. What is that?
That was some chaos.
Where?
I think that was the she's just playing the highlight reel, I think.
Oh, okay. There's the instant replay. You check it out as we got those two drivers heading into turn number 4. What a great race they had going on. That was Oliveira, and they were just putting on quite a race. It was a tight race going down. As they got to the corner, looked like they made the move down to the inside, and this was the pass for Perez that negotiated the lead for him as he got into the corner in turn number 9. He made the turn underneath. Look at this coming out of there, and for Daniel Perez, that's what propelled him to the advantage here this afternoon as he took the win in Tag Senior. So good job for him. They come by once again. Good tight racing from those drivers. And there you see Raiden Nickel involved in that, or back in third spot. They got a good start this time as we come up the hill into turn number 1. And we've got some drivers now that are working their way down into the second turn, and that is the big race up the hill in turn number 2 as Tag Masters are on the racetrack right now.
Oh, we got a wreck in front of us here. Off camera to the left.
Everybody's slowing down right there. We got drivers letting everybody know that there is an issue going on. We still got some guys going up the hill at full speed, but I believe they're going to slow this thing down. It may be a full course caution. Not sure exactly what's going on, but there was an issue coming by our vantage point here in turn number 4, and there you see the cart that's up against the tire barriers there, and that is just very close to the area where we see tents out there in the turn one. So that's pretty close to start-finish line, I would think, by the vantage point of where we're looking at where the access road is, where they're working on those carts.
No, that's right at the top of the hill at turn 4. That's right outside the building here.
Okay, that's just outside our building at turn 4. We sort of heard that hit going on there. You see them getting that cart out of harm's way, and you see the tire barriers, how they have gotten pushed out. Here's the replay on that. Good shot coming up here. They're coming up turn number 2, coming up the hill. Now keep your eye peeled out to the right side of the screen.
Yeah,
and they're just a lazy, slow spin, no contact. Of course, contact followed that spin, and there's where the issue with the tire barrier came in. It was one of those cars that was deflected off by the spinning car that caused that issue coming up off of turn number 3. So a very good shot there. Good shot of instant replay we got on that. We didn't get it on live camera, but we had a shot from the drone on instant replay to see what was happening, and an excellent view of what happened. Just a slow, lazy spin. The driver lost control of the car, and that created the mayhem that followed them once they got up into that tire barrier.
Yeah, the one car that spun, it almost acted as a ramp for the other cart to launch right into the grass and knock that tire barrier back a decent bit.
That is exactly right. And so right now we've got racing continuing to resume on the racetrack. We got cars out front. They're going down into turn number 16. They'll be heading towards start-finish once again. We'll complete the second lap this time by. This is Tag Masters. Tag Masters are on the racetrack.
These first and second positions, decent battle going on. I think that's that Neon 19. I got to remember who that was. Our scoring is down again.
Yeah, isn't that always the way it is? You think, I think I know that person, and then as soon as it pops up, say, oh, yeah, that's who it was. I knew who that was. Well, I didn't really know who it was, but I thought I had an idea who it was. Anyway, that's the situation we're in right now, trying to find out who is in the 19, and we'll do that as soon as Race Monitor catches up with us, and we're able to show you that on the side of the screen once again also. It has not yet refreshed itself from that previous race. So we're trying to find out exactly who's in what position and what vehicles as they make their way across start-finish. I believe we've completed 3 laps right now out of the 10 here, out of the 12 here for the Tag Masters.
As the leaders come in front of the building here, down into the kink, onto the backstretch, all the way down to turn 9.
We got a battle of the 19 and the 2 as those two drivers in Tag Master are going at it. 19 car and the 2 cart. They're heading to turn 17 once again. So the day has been not hugely bright sunny. It's been somewhat overcast, and that's kept the temperatures down, and it's been a very enjoyable afternoon for everybody here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, and so we're glad that that has been the case. Drivers, of course, they're going to be hot in those hot driving suits no matter what the temperature is, so it's going to be a hot afternoon for them, but they're negotiating this track well. Right now we've got a breakaway of those top 2 cars from the rest of our field. They've got a pretty good breakaway going, and not quite a tight battle for positions 1 and 2. They are pretty well spaced out right now as they head to turn 9 once again.
Not too much of a lead, but enough to be at least safe from any dive bombs or quick passes is the 19.
Now, I don't know if there's any such thing as a comfortable lead. I wouldn't call that necessarily a comfortable lead, but it is a lead nonetheless. And it's a lead where, as you mentioned, you're not in imminent danger of somebody getting by you on any particular turn. Got one pulled off to the side there, an issue, obviously a mechanical issue on that cart as it sits disabled on the side of the racetrack.
I think that might just be a case of not having enough power to get going back up the hill.
Oh, is that coming off too?
I was at the bottom of the hill right there. You see.
I see, yeah.
So we'll see if maybe a track marshal can give him a little push up the hill, or if he'll have to get out of the cart.
Well, they're working off turn number 9 once again down into 10. Now, these are your drivers who are up in the lead. That's that lead duo. You see positions 3 and 4, probably an eighth of the track behind them, and they've got about this same kind of distance between their battle going on as well, the third and fourth position. Meanwhile, they come by to log in, which is probably about the halfway point of this race. I think we're about 6 laps in right now.
And yeah, it looks like that cart had to get pulled off into the grass, so it won't be able to continue.
Yep, we're off and out of the way and out of harm's way for the most part as they come by. They've gotten that tire barrier kind of pushed back out there so it continues to remain the barrier that is supposed to be a soft landing for those drivers after that first lap incident over by turn 4 here near the tower. Right now, that battle's heating up. That's the battle for the top spot, and it looks like our driver, the number 2, has decided to close in a little bit on the leader of this race, the 19, as they top the hill in turn 13.
Yeah, kind of reeling the leader in here. Getting real close to him here in turn 16.
Man, he's pouring on the coal fast. I don't know if the lead car is slowing down or if the second car has found something as far as speed-wise or line-wise on the racetrack, but this has turned into quite a good battle right now. They dropped down that 4-story hill in turn number 2, worked their way back up the hill. 19 trying to see if he can reclaim some kind of bit of advantage over that cart that he had before, but so far nothing's happening as the cart just behind him being able to close in and try to catch him up a little bit more.
Yeah, not sure if the 19 had some slow laps or if the 2 had fast laps, but for the 2 it doesn't matter as long as he gets close. Back up through the hill here. 19 kind of stretched out his gap a little bit here.
Well, we have the luxury of knowing exactly what the drivers know. All we'll know is when they hold the 2 flags out, they know it's time to turn it on. You got 2 laps left to try to do something. So they will note that exactly when we do, because we're not having access right now to how many laps are complete. The 19 pulls it up the hill right now. He's regained about a car length and a half or a cart length and a half over that second place cart, the number 2, because it had tightened up really tight a couple of laps ago, and I think he thought at that point, it's time for me to kick the overdrive in and see what I can do to try to pull away. So pulling away he has done, at least for the moment. Lap still left to go for Tag Master.
Working their way into turn 16. Into turn 17, the number 19 cart is the leader, and we got the 2 to go. So 2 laps to go in this final race for Tag Master.
Tag Master is underway. Matter of fact, it is so underway, we're within the last 2 laps of this one. They make their place to about the last halfway point of the racetrack, so a mile and a half to go for these drivers right now as the 19 continues to lead. 19's got quite an advantage over 2 right now. 19 cart still your leader as they take it to the top of the apex of the hill in turn 13. They'll be working their way down towards start-finish here in a moment.
Yeah, the 19's been in control this whole race. No, the 2's gotten close to his bumper a couple times, but not really. Didn't really have anything for the 19 this race.
White flag's in the air. We're final lap in to this one right now. They come down to turn 2. You see that disabled cart on the right. Driver is safe and out of the way of that one. Here comes the 19 by our vantage point in turn 4 at the tower and then down through the kink. And then he'll drive it straight, even though that turn makes the asphalt makes a little bit of a turn. He drives it pretty straight into turn number 9. For the final time, it's the driver, the number 19, trying to take the advantage here. He's led the entire race, works his way up the hill, takes a quick look behind him to see how close the competition is. Not to worry, he's got this race under control. He goes into 16 for the final time. He makes that wide loop out of turn number 17, keeps his wits about him and doesn't allow the adrenaline to get too heavy to spin that car out. He will take the checkered flag. Finishing in second spot is the number 2. Now that battle for third and fourth that was so strong during the race has watered itself down a little bit. So now there's your third place finisher, followed by fourth, and your fifth place finisher to round out the field. And Tag Master ends up the afternoon. So Tag Master has completed their races right now. Up next, it's Kid Karts. Kid Kart's got them all lined up. They'll bring them out to the grid. We'll start from a dead start with Kid Karts here in just a moment. We'll close off, of course, a portion of that track. They'll just use that little jelly bean course as our final kart or two from that race comes by. But Kid Karts are on the way out next here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. We've got several more final events coming your way this afternoon under the beautiful skies of northeast Georgia and the beautiful foothills of the Appalachian Mountains that you see off into the distance there. Atlanta Motorsports Park is a beautiful facility. We'll be back at the main track next week for our big July 4th weekend celebration, as we'll be there on Saturday. We look forward to having you here as well. And then, of course, in the month of July, back here at the kart track and at the main track as well. So the summer series does continue at both racetracks, and what a fine facility this is at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Remember, kart rental is available for you every day of the week except for Mondays, so you can come out and enjoy it by yourself. You can bring a buddy, you can bring your family, you can bring your company. You can just come out and have a great time. If you want to set up a time for your church to have a men's event, to come out here and race karts together, what a great opportunity that is for fellowship and for bonding to do so. Open every day except Monday here at Atlanta Motorsports Park for karting, and it is certainly great to watch all these kart rentals as the guys come out and they do the wagering kind of thing. Mikey, they always say, hey, I bet you I can beat you on this track. I've driven the Dragon up US 129 up in the mountains. I know how to drive a race car, they think. And they come out here and instead of showing their prowess, sometimes they show a opposite of that. Whatever the opposite of prowess is, they don't have a clue what they're doing when they get behind the wheel of an actual race car. But it's a lot of fun, and it's available every day except Monday. Is race monitor coming back up?
I don't know. There's an instant replay if you want to talk about it.
Oh, we got it going on right now. Okay. Oh, that was the instant replay of what was going on. They came up through the corners right there and up a lot of contact as they came up the hill in turn number 2. And then we had this battle going on too. They come off of turn number 14 or turn into turn number 4. That's where that is. That comes right by our vantage point here. And the karts get a little wild there as they come off the corner in turn number 4. We have a pass for the lead going down through the kink, and that is an interesting part of the day that has occurred. Also, we've got some other things that are going to be happening. There's that pass. It comes down to the inside. What a great pass that was. That was earlier in action here today. As they go down into turn number 9, they're going to be able to take that advantage away. That's a textbook way of how you execute that pass. Going into turn number 9, taking the inside line away, outbraking your opponent, and seeing if you can hang on to it, slide up in front of him, and keep him from doing that slingshot move to go down to the inside. So excellent work there on a textbook way of how to make the pass. Here it is once again. You see this. It's Saddington as he works his way by Perez. That's happened throughout this race this afternoon. Then it turned around again as Perez got the win at the end of it. But Saddington and Perez swapped that lead several times. There you see it from a different angle. That's from our tower cam as they go down into turn number 5. They work their way down to the inside. He takes a quick look to the inside, and he makes the move going into turn number 9 once again. Just an absolutely great way of making that pass as he does it down into turn 9. Keeps the inside going. Once again, check this out. He keeps that inside protected. He makes the move to the inside, slides up in front of him, but doesn't leave him enough room to the inside to try to turn around and make that pass back as a slingshot kind of move. So that is a great way of doing things. There you see one of the carts that was off to the side. That was after a failure in that number 35 cart, and he wound up off in the weeds and not able to continue on. So troubles for the 35. He eventually exited that racing cart, went up and just stood on the side in the tall grass and allowed the race to continue on in front of him. So that was the end of the day for that driver. Now here we've got some another pass that was in turn number 9. Look at this one. The 89 goes high. The 10 gets into the rumble strips, a little bit of contact there, but into the rumble strips and lost some momentum, but still did not lose a place on the racetrack. Here's another look at that. Watch him. He goes very high. A little bit of contact. He goes into the rumble strips, and it just took the line away from him. And there he goes. He was able to regain his composure and continue on and have a good, strong second-place run and a second-place finish. But that did mess up his plans to try to do something there. Now, here's the big one. Coming off turn number 2, they come up the hill. They work their way. This is the Tag Masters, I believe. They come off turn 4, and there's a little bit of one of the cars lost control coming through there, slid sideways, and as Mikey pointed out, using almost as a launching ramp. Look at that cart. Got 2 wheels off the ground and wound up into the tire barrier, and you saw the accordion effect of those tires as they went by. Another angle of that same shot of that same incident. There was contact right there between those drivers. They come up the hill, and one of the drivers not able to make it up the hill. He had to pull off on the side. Contact once again, but here's that shot as they come up the hill, and they get into that tire barrier off turn number 4. Not able to see it completely from that angle, from that shot down at the bottom of the hill. Ethan doing a good job of getting that shot there, but of course just a limit as to how far up the hill, but that does show you the elevation point there. 40 feet up, 4 stories that climbs that hill, and from the shot of the camera angle, you couldn't even see the apex of the hill. We got kid carts going right now. They've got the green flag. They're working their way up, so the kids coming up, they'll go through the kidney bean area, and we got one off track immediately going down. Yeah, the leader went down low and just went off track immediately and finds himself in the rear of the field right now.
He kind of made his turn a little too early there. Try to go through the grass.
So here they come. They're working their way towards start and finish to complete lap number 1. Let's check them out. It's going to be kid carts, and we'll see how they work this thing right now. Bo Stowers, that may have been Bo that got out in the grass there a little earlier. Bo, well, actually he's shown as completing lap number 1 in P1. So I believe Bo Stowers is our leader. Augustin Puerta is second. That may have been Camila Canache. Camila Canache was the one who won that first race, so he may have started up front, so he may find himself now in third spot after 2 laps are complete with kid carts.
Oh, more contact.
Oh, my.
And the cut through right there. That was the first and second place carts get together, so now the third and fourth place carts are now the first and second, and the first and second are third and fourth.
It's not been a good day to start up front in kid carts today. So they'll come off. Here we go. Let's see how this affects everything. A caution flag has come out. We got caution out on the track right now. As we've got a cart that's just barely out of our screenshot that is on track that is stopped. So that has brought out a full course caution right now as they try to get that cart drug off the racetrack and out of harm's way.
It's never a dull moment in the kid carts.
Nope, kid karts are always a lot of fun, and it's just amazing that at that age you can be able to get out there and be racing as these kids do and getting the experience that they experience. What a great proving ground and a training ground for these youngsters to be able to race.
So coming across the line here, we'll see who the leader is. Yeah, Kanash is the leader. So from wrecking going off course in the first lap to regaining the lead. And then Brandon Rivers in that 9 cart is the second place cart.
Yeah, and I believe that's the 75 cart. He is out of that cart right now. That is Giochino Vino Figueroa, and I believe that he is the one that's shown out of the cart right now because he's the only driver that completed 1 lap. The rest have completed all 5, so I think by process of elimination, that's who that's got to be sitting up there well away from the cart and make sure that he's okay.
And so of the 4 remaining carts on track, they've kind of spaced out now. Not too many battles happening. Although we've seen single cart spins and wrecks in kid carts, so anything can happen for any of these carts.
Yeah, KA100s are coming up next. We need to get those carts into the staging area. KA100s are up next. Right now, kid carts are just past the halfway point, and so we'll see how this one ends up for the kid carts here this afternoon. We're coming by to complete lap number 8 right now as Camila Kanash has worked her way up to the top spot. So Camila Kanash is now your leader.
And a pretty big gap on the other carts. I don't know if we'll quite lap the field here, but definitely about half the lap ahead.
Quite an advantage. And, this is one of those races where it looked like nobody kind of wanted to win it. I mean, the leaders had a problem. Then the second and third place had a problem. And all of a sudden, those that were in 4th and 5th wound up being the leaders. So now it's starting to shake itself down once again as Camila Kanash is up front. Comes by once again to complete lap number 10. 2 laps to go for these drivers, these young drivers in kid karts.
And so Camila Kanash should see the white flag here on the front stretch. There it is. The white flag is out. Still 1 small lap to work through here.
Camila Kanash got a pretty good line going over there, so she's got a good line going into turn number 16, down into 17 for the final time. You'll see that cart reappear at the left side of your screen. Checkered flag will now appear as well. Camila Kanash will get the win in kids karts, and quite a distance back. Here comes your battle for second spot. It's Bo Stowers in second. Brandon Rivers will take third, and Augustin Puerta will round out the field of kids karts. And of course that disabled cart that's sitting out there that only completed 1 lap, that is Vino Figueroa. So that will end it for the kids karts. We've got KA100s coming up next. KA100s on the way next. Into staging, we need the tag cadet and tag rookie. Tag cadet and tag rookie to staging. KA100s making their appearance on the track coming up next here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. So let's check out our lineup for KA100 Junior and Senior. They'll be running together in this division, so we'll give you an idea as we get ready to bring those carts out. It'll be Christian Foster lining up on the front. That's a KA100 Junior. Christian Blevins also a KA 100 junior, and it went away just as soon as it came up.
I think it's the tags.
It reverted back to kid carts after it had come up.
Oh, it should be a K.
Michaela, you got any idea how that happened?
Well,
We had timing scoring up for KA 100 senior and junior, then all of a sudden it reverted back to kid cart.
Yeah,
I
something's
think-
going on with the race monitor.
whoever's racing, no, I think whoever's running timing and scoring needs to be retrained.
Yeah, I think so.
I think they're just messing. I think they're just clicking the wrong buttons.
There we go. All right. So continuing with that lineup, we've got Vincent Capetillo in the 14, starting alongside Adam Wine. All of these are juniors for the first portion of this. Ian Spencer is a junior also in the 54. Jose Garcia. Now, of course, Jose is a senior. Danny May is a senior as well in the 09. Brant Estes is a senior in the number 18. Cameron Estes, a senior in the 786. Luke Kondrowski is a senior in the number 35. Spencer Mast, a senior in the KA 100. And Carson Craig, a senior in the 55. Jack Gambino, a senior in the number 77. Gabe Spencer, a senior in the number 240. And Grayson Ball, a senior in the 421. Rounding out the field, Will Franklin in the number 9. He is a KA 100 junior. So pretty much juniors are all starting up front. Seniors are starting in the rear. And it looks like Will Franklin did not start the pre-final, so therefore he's having to start in the rear of this field. But a good field of 16 carts, man. It's going to be a big one as the seniors and juniors are running together for the KA 100s. Here they come. Let's see if we get a good start. What you want to bet? They do not first time by. I would bet my supper money on it. Let's see what happens here. Are they going to... No, not even close.
Not even close.
So we'll line them up and do it again.
The supper money is safe.
Thank you. Supper money, little as it was, is safe. Yes. All right, here we go. Let's see if we get a good time this time to line them up. See what we can do. 2 by 2. They need to stay in line. Nobody getting out of line before they come down to that start zone. And it's kind of difficult to do that when you're coming out of a big turn like you are in 16 and 17. But that's a pretty long straightaway during start zone to try to get that thing going.
And a black flag. I think they're going to bring them back into pits here.
Yeah, I saw that black flag out. I thought I was maybe seeing things, but that was the black flag.
Yeah, I think they're going to head to pits now. Yep, and they're going to come into pits. So
Now, what's the reasoning for that? What do you surmise is going on? Why would we bring them all back to the pits?
I'm going to guess that they were not gridded properly. Maybe some people were in front of people they should have been. That's the only reason I can think of. Or if the track wasn't ready. Hard to say. It is worth noting, though, the clouds have kind of parted here. It has gotten sunny, so
Yep.
wonder if this sun will heat up the track a little, kind of change the track conditions enough to affect some of these carts.
It could very well do so. We were having a discussion over at the main track a couple of weeks back about tire pressure changes in hot weather and how drivers were just going to, all they were going to do between the prelims and the finals was change the air pressure in their tires. And so that may be something you do on karts too. I'm not familiar enough with kart racing to know if that's a thing or not. How do you adjust them? Do you do that? I noticed the flag atop the tower that's just to our vantage point out there is waving pretty heavily too. So we got quite a breeze going up in the air right now for these drivers to contend with. There you see some of the trees moving in our camera shot. So the breeze has picked up as well. And I think that's kind of moved the clouds away right now for us to be able to see some sunny skies here in Dawsonville.
Makes for a good picture, but not fun to stand out in that sun. But it's been nicer this weekend than it has been earlier in the week and the week before. It was pretty miserable last week.
Well, I would not know. I was not able to be a part of things here in the U.S. last week, so don't know exactly how it was. There you see some shots over the main track. We got some action over there today. Matter of fact, when I first got here this morning, I was under the impression I was going to be announcing there today, and I walked up the stands, and they said, nope, you're across the way at the kart track today. So I had all my notes and was planning to be at the main track. Thank goodness I'm not one to throw notes away, so I still had what I needed for the kart track as well.
Yeah, I think just a normal member day right now at the main track. Seen some Corvettes out on track, some of those Radicals from Primal. Those same Radicals that race in the series.
Yeah, I saw those. I saw some Radicals sitting out at front that they were getting them ready to come out onto the racetrack earlier today. If you've not taken a look at those things, they are quite a engineering marvel. The way that they've incorporated the motorcycle engine into the cool looking prototype cars. They've just done a tremendous job on those Radical machines.
And I'm not sure on the specifics, but I think they do a Primal school over there with those Radicals.
Well, we hear them firing engines back again underneath us. That is the grid area. We'll see them coming out. There you see them coming out. They join right at that area of the kink. They're coming back out on track right now, and I think they've got everybody in the proper order if that's what the situation was. So I believe that may have actually been it. They've got everybody lined up correctly, and we should be ready to roll here in just a minute. The number 4 of Christian Foster is up front. Christian Blevins Jr. alongside him, Vincent Capetillo, Adam Wine, and then you start in with your group of seniors with Jose Garcia in the 00. Speaking of the main track over there, you'll see Jose Garcia in action over there in his Spec Miata in the 00 next week at the main track. So he's a driver that does double duty along with Raiden Nickel, and there might be a couple of others. Mike Bruce, I think, also maybe a driver that's at both tracks on several weekends. Right now we're getting ready to come down to the start zone. Let's see if we can get a good, clean start this time. You want to bet on it, Mikey?
I am not going to bet on it.
Oh, we got it.
I should have lost.
Man,
I should have bet.
You should have bet. All right, here we go. They're down into turn number 1 right now, and we've got a mass of karts heading down that hill in turn 2. Let's see how many of them are going to be able to make it back up the hill and not make contact with somebody.
A couple of those karts slow down and check up. What a bad feeling it must be to get stuck behind a freight train of karts. But they make a single file through the kink, and they're on their way to the backstretch.
Wow, they're down into turn number 9 right now. We've got the 41 kart up front. Oh, we got one off track, that 786 machine.
Cameron Estes.
That is Cameron Estes. He found himself past the rumble strips, and he's going to have to be shotgun on the field right now. So he's got some work to do to try to get back up there, because Cameron had started up in about 7th spot and has lost out of these 13 cars, lost it all the way back to the rear. Who's going to lead lap number 1? It's going to be... Well, timing and scoring has not caught up with us yet, so we can't tell exactly who. Is that the 4 of Foster that's up front?
Hard to see. We'll probably get a better view when they come through 9 here.
41 is up front.
41.
Okay. There we got another one that goes wide. Got a pass that went on down in turn number 9. So a pass for about 4th spot on the racetrack. That is right behind the 55. I know that 55 is Carson Craig, so that pass occurred just behind him on the racetrack.
So number 41's in the lead. I think that is Christian Foster. I think that number 4 is just...
Yeah, I think we're just showing 4 on race monitor, but I believe he is the 41. So Foster is our race leader. And I believe, we got a battle going on there. That may be Blevins. That's the 54 car. The 54 cart is, I'm trying to find him on the list here. It is a battle happening anyway between those cars.
Number 54 is Ian Spencer.
That's Ian Spencer. Okay, Ian Spencer's got a battle going on there. You see the 340. He is in a tight battle going on right now.
As they head onto the front stretch here, Christian Foster is still the leader. 2nd and 3rd place have tightened up into a battle here.
We had Blevins and Capetillo as our 2nd and 3rd place karts in the beginning. There's the 240 that's in 2nd place right now. That is Gabe Spencer, so he's worked his way up to 2nd position. and the 18 is in third spot.
Brant Estes.
Brad Estes has moved up to third, so that's the way those guys are running right now. But it looks like that Foster is still out front, and he is a KA100 Junior driver, so he's still doing a great job of holding fourth as the leader in this. As those top three carts, you see quite a breakaway they've got going on right now as they come across start-finish to complete lap number 4. Spencer Mast is actually the driver that's the leader in the 41. Gabe Spencer is in second spot in the 240. Brant Estes in third in the 18. And then Carson Craig has now found himself in the top 5 in that 5th position. Trying to make a bold move to the outside was one of the drivers as they came up through turn 4. I wonder how that turns out for them. Looks like they're still going side by side. Then they got in single file action once they got through the kink. Here we got a battle going on, the 00. That's Jose Garcia. Jose looking to the inside. He's going to take one spot away. He takes the spot away from the 14 driver.
Vincent
and that
Capetillo.
14 drivers, Capetillo, yeah. So Jose got him a spot there on the racetrack. You'll continue to see Jose try to work his way through the field. He is one of the KA100 senior drivers.
It was a very casual pass, too. It looked like he didn't have to work too hard to get it. It just slid right into that spot.
Spencer Mast continues to lead with Gabe Spencer in second spot, Brad Estes in third. Estes had gotten a little bit off course there. I'm not sure that timing and scoring has kept us up to date there because Estes got off course for a while. Sam Machado is in 5th spot now currently. Carson Craig back to 6th. So a pass has happened with Machado getting by Carson Craig.
Back up the hill into turn 16. That's that gaggle of cars that Jose was in. See if he's worked his way through.
Yeah, I think Jose may be looking to try to see if he can advance himself in this group right now. Jose's being shown back in 6th position, but I think that scoring and timing may be a few laps behind right now. Now they're catching up right now. That puts Jose ahead of Carson Craig, so put Jose up to 5th spot.
Gabe Spencer looked on the inside of Spencer Mast. Oh, he's not going to get there, but that allows Brant Estes to close in. First through third is a tight battle here. Brant Estes, in the prelim, Brant Estes kind of creeped in third spot the whole race and was never able to get into second, but much closer this time around.
Spencer Mast brings them down across start finish once again. 7 laps complete. Those top 3 carts, they have just got a great battle going on between them. And nobody near them. It's quite a ways back to anybody else on the race course. But right now, it's Spencer Mast and Gabe Spencer along with Brant Estes that are the top 3 coming off turn number 4, and they'll head down through the kink to the fastest part of the racetrack, getting ready to set up. Let's see if somebody in this group decides they want to try to make a move here in turn number 9. Yeah, the
Spencer.
240. Spencer goes down looking for it. Oh, he has a hard time. You see him sawing on that wheel, trying to see if he could stay ahead of Brant Estes. He was trying to go for first and then almost wound up in third.
You can see those red gloves of his just moving, fast hands on the steering wheel to wheel it into the S's there, but hangs on to second's position.
They'll come by this time. It'll be 8 laps complete, 4 laps to go for these drivers in the KA100 Junior and Senior, and all of those senior drivers have made their way up front. You know, it's odd that the junior drivers started out up front, and then the seniors were following them in the lineup, and now it didn't take long before all the senior drivers made their way to the forefront.
The battle for first continues. All of these top 3 cars real close to each other. Gabe Spencer looks again on the inside. Is he gonna get there?
Oh, he's trying to go for the lead,
crossover.
but he just opened it up, and once again, he could not protect it well enough, and Gabe Spencer was able to take over the top spot once again. But I tell you what, you got to give Gabe Spencer the kudos for trying to make something happen. Look at this. He's trying to do it inside. Spencer Mast, can he let him by him? It's going to be Gabe Spencer and Spencer Mast, a drag race. And Gabe Spencer gets the spot, but now Spencer Mast is taking it back again. after they went over the scoring stripe. Boy, those guys are putting on a
And
show.
Gabe Spencer took it on the outside of turn 1. No, Spencer Mast holds on.
Yeah, Spencer Mast got it back.
Oh, wow.
Gabe Spencer had it for just a second when they went across the scoring stripe, got into turn number 1, and Spencer Mast took it back again. So now see what Spencer does. Gabe Spencer, he's in the 240. Spencer Mast is in the 41. Let's watch these guys. They came through tire for tire, right in their tire tracks that time. He didn't try anything exotic, but he also made that pass before down in turn 16. Let's see what he does this time. Between 16 and 17 is a great passing zone. He turns it to the right down in 15. Look at him go to the inside. It's Spencer Mast trying to get passed by Gabe Spencer. Who's going to be the leader this time at the stripe? It's going to be Spencer Mast still. Wow, Gabe Spencer really giving him a hard battle down there trying to get that spot away. He has done everything possible to win this race except for being able to lead it. He's actually been shown as the leader one lap, but it has not occurred for him officially so far. We've got 10 laps in. Man, it's 2 to go. Look at Gabe Spencer trying to set him up once again. Spencer Mast in the 41 looks to the inside. He holds on. They go single file through that area right there. They come up through the S's up into turn 14. Spencer Mast, your leader. Gabe Spencer, he's not done yet. Look at this. Gabe Spencer's going to try it once again. He goes down into turn 15. He looks to the inside. Spencer Mast goes high. Gabe Spencer tries to cut down to the inside. Can't do it. White flag is out. They're nose to tail as they come across. But they have got a good battle going on, and the best seat in the house is Brant Estes. He is just waiting for those two guys up front to take each other out and see if he can get this win here this afternoon. It's the final lap. They come through turn 4. They come down through the kink. They're getting ready to go to one of the final passing zones on this racetrack. Gabe Spencer has done it before. He's going to try it again. Let's see what he does. He looks to the inside. Look at him. They touch tires. Spencer Mast goes high. Gabe Spencer is up on the high side. Spencer Mast and now here side by side. They touch coming out of the kink. Oh, my goodness.
Estes.
Spencer Mast and Estes goes to second. Wow, what a race for these guys. Gabe Spencer's got one more chance. They go into 16. They turn down towards 17. They're 3 wide as they go in there. Oh, my goodness. Estes goes out of the picture. It's going to be Spencer Mast who comes by and takes the win in an exciting race. Gabe Spencer takes second spot. Brant Estes, did he ever recover to come in third? Let's find out as he comes across the line. No, he did not. Brant Estes comes in third spot. In fourth, Cameron Estes, and Jose Garcia rounds out the top 5. What a race for the guys in the KA Senior and Juniors this afternoon. My goodness, some of the best racing action, Mikey. I know I kind of dominated the call there. I got so excited I just didn't give you time to sneak in. Sorry.
I think I was speechless the whole last lap. That was incredible.
You please. Yeah. It was a great race. What an outstanding race for those guys. They drove each other cleanly. Nobody really touched each other. You got to give Gabe Spencer, he tried everything in the book to make that pass and to get by, and he did make it at one point in time, and then Spencer Mast was able to do the crossover just as they got past the scoring loop going into that turn right there in turn number 1 and take the spot away once again. What a great race from those two. Veteran drivers doing a great job exciting the crowd, exciting the fans, and exciting themselves, I'm sure, here this afternoon in the KA100 Senior and Juniors.
Yeah, you saw how excited Spencer Mast was when he crossed that start-finish line, fist pumping, hands in the air. He knew how special that finish was.
Well, heck, I was excited. I was about as excited as they were. That was a great race to call, a fun race to be part of this afternoon. One of the highlights here at Atlanta Motorsports Park at the Kart track. We'll get ready to come up next. We've got KA, what do we got coming up next? We've got the Tag Cadet and Tag Rookie coming up next. Tag Cadet and Tag Rookie coming up next. We need Lo206 Seniors to staging. Lo206 Seniors, we need you to the staging area. Let's check out the lineup right now. I tell you what, I have been talking a whole lot. Why don't you give us the lineup coming up next with our Tag Rookie and Tag Cadets?
All right, so for Tag Rookie and Tag Cadet, starting on pole is number 12, Ryan Perez. Starting second on the front row, number 20 of Ruben Greer. In third, the number 21 of Isaac Carvalho. And the number 4 spot is by Callan Berghofer. in the number 26. In the 5th position, number 55, Francisco Puerta. In the 6th position, number 71 of Henry Boring. In the 7th spot is the number 115 of Ryan Dehoney. And in the 8th spot, the number 825 of Gabriel Lopez Velarde. In the 9th spot is the number 48 of Talon Laney. And in the 10th spot is the number 81 of Adam Durst. And riding shotgun on the field is the number 99 of Matten Fenian.
Well, they were telling me that there are several champions in this field that are visiting here with us today at Atlanta Motorsports Park, champions of various other series, various other divisions, at various other racetracks. So it's going to be exciting to see how they do. Now, we got a replay going on. Look at what's happened. I guarantee you Gabe Spencer's going to be involved in it. He was involved in every one of those passes that was attempted during this race. Here they go down to that last lap. Oh, Cameron Estes just loses it. He just tries so hard to get in there. You thought Gabe Spencer might have a chance in the 240 to sneak by the 41 of Spencer Mast, but he didn't. Mast wound up with the win. Here they go, another angle of that same thing going on. It's Estes on the high side. He's in the blue driving suit, and he may have gotten into some of the sand or some of the loose stuff there, but he was too high going in for the entrance, could not make the turn, turned it too tightly, and wound up going around over in turn number 16. So for him, not the afternoon that he was hoping for. He was going for the win, trying to pass on the high side, maybe even make a little slingshot move to cut under them by making that wide track entry to try to come out underneath them. But it didn't work out for him. It did work out for Spencer Mast, who got the win this afternoon, and, of course, for Gabe Spencer, who gave it all he had several times throughout the day to try to make those moves. What a great race.
Yeah, I mean, say what you want, but Gabe Spencer, he tried. He tried real hard. It just wasn't enough.
Well, we hear the roar once again underneath us. That means it's time to bring out our drivers in the Tag Senior and
Tag Rookie and Tag Cadet.
Tag Rookie and Tag Cadet. Yeah, they're coming out on the track right now. Tag Rookie and Tag Cadet. We need the Lo206 Seniors to staging. Lo206 Seniors, we need you in the staging area. There you see the building emptying of all the carts that are coming out right now. The tags are coming out once again. These are the two-stroke engines. They got a lot of horsepower. They've got, of course, the little tail sign of blue smoke coming out of them, where they've got that mixture of oil and fuel together, and that creates quite a combination for these drivers as they get up to some of the highest speeds of anybody on the racetrack. So the tags are out right now. We'll get ready to line them up and get a good start. We hope a good start. First time around for them. We've had one start this afternoon that has been first time with no problem whatsoever. Got a green flag start. Let's see if we can get that happening again right now with these drivers.
Into turn 16, they line up. They'll be looking to see if they're nice and tight here, coming to the start to get the green. Inside looks nice and tight. The outside looks a little loose. I don't know if this will get it.
Bald start. Nope, not going to do it. They're not going to make it that time by. As you mentioned, that inside line was just not quite in line as they should be. They have got to be exactly straight in line. Thank goodness we got that little cut through so they can come around, line them up, and get ready to do it again.
You know, some of these race starts that take 4 or 5 times. If they had to go the whole track, we might be here for a bit.
Yep. That could be a problem. Thank goodness for a little bit of extra asphalt that was spent to do that. Here they come. Let's see if we'll line them up and get a good start this time. Green, we got green. We're on the way. We got one that goes in the middle right quick now. We got everybody lining up trying to get that good entrance into turn number 1. They head off down to turn number 2. Let's see how many of them come out of there without a problem. We got one just trying to break away right now as they look up the hill. Got a good battle going on for that top spot as those two start to tighten up just a little bit on the field right now, working their way down through the kink, and then they'll get ready for that long straightaway down the back chute here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Got one looking to the inside, going to try to set up a move. The 81 trying to take advantage of that, cannot do it. And so we've got the 48 that's out front that brings his kart up through the S's as our leader at the moment.
Yeah, the number 48 Kart leads this field into turn 16. Second, third, and fourth spot, all pretty close to each other in a tight battle.
That 48 may actually be the 4 of Christian Foster. Not sure if that's that may be the Not sure that plate number on that cart is actually the driver who's registered for that cart.
And as the carts come in front of us, you can hear the cheers from the balcony. So must have a lot of family members of the racers in this race right now out there. As the 26 looks to make the pass on the 81, he does.
Now you got a good battle with the 26 and one of the carts behind them going down into turn number 15. That's a good battle going on. That is for second and third spot. In fourth, we've got the fifth place cart tightening up right there to do battle with them as well. So we got a lot of things happening up in the front area, but we do have that one cart that's out front. The 48 cart has separated himself from the rest of the field right now just a little bit. Goes down that 40-foot drop and then heading back up the hill. You see those drivers taking a quick look behind just to see how close someone is behind them. That's the 81 taking a quick look back right there. But meanwhile, our leader is already past the kink and he's heading down toward turn 9.
On to the backstretch, the fastest part of the track. No passes made this time from these top 4 positions. Everyone kind of spread out enough to maintain their positions. Not under threat of any passes there as they head back up into turn 16.
'48 cart made a very wide turn off turn number 17, a little wider than the others, but of course he's got the luxury of having about a 20 cart length lead, so that is not an issue whatsoever. He takes it down into turn 2. There you see a good shot of the banking and the camber of turn number 2 and how that track provides itself an opportunity for those drivers to keep up as much speed as possible to work their way back up the hill.
Down in the kink, that third and fourth position, the 81 and that other cart that's behind. Heading into turn 9 now, they've tightened up the battle a little bit. And behind them, and I think we're trying to get race monitor up here right now.
All right, here's the way that they're lined up right now. It's Talon Laney who is our race leader. That's the 48. We're looking for that 48 number. It's Talon Laney who's the 48 number. Callan Berghofer is your second place. Now, remember we told you we had several drivers here that were champions from other places, and they have, as the cream does rise to the top sometimes, that has been the case with both Talon Laney and with Colin Berghofer. Adam Durst is in third spot. He's in the 81. It's Gabriel Lopez Velarde in the 825. Francisco Puerta in the 55. Right, oh, look at that battle going on. Mikey, who we got there?
That is Talon Laney in the 48, taking back the spot from the 26 of Callan Berghofer.
Wow. Berghofer now resting in second spot. So Laney is up top. Callan Berghofer in second spot. Adam Durst is third. And Gabriel Lopez Velarde is fourth. We've completed 5 laps out of the 12 for these drivers, so they've got 7 more to go, and we have just got a great battle going on up front because these two drivers that have come in had no experience here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, and both of them showing some prowess here this afternoon. They're great racers, they're champions, they're series champions, track champions, and they are showing what they're worth here this afternoon by putting on a good show up front.
This the battle up front has kind of come out of nowhere. There was everyone was spread out for a little while, and then all of a sudden, it tightened up, and now these first 4 carts are kind of all within striking distance of each other.
Yeah, Laney had he just had such an advantage over everybody at the beginning in the 48 cart. He was just out front and nobody anywhere near him. Remember, I talked about him bobbling there, but he had the advantage of having plenty of room before anybody else was there. Now, all of a sudden, we got a battle heating up. As a matter of fact, Berghofer had a chance to really do battle with him tightly and side by side there for a while. They've stretched out single file again a little bit right now as we've come to the halfway point of this race, but I have a feeling it's going to tighten up again before we get to the end.
I think so. I think it's not over yet. As they head onto the backstretch here, we'll see if Berghofer can close the gap on the backstretch. He kind of does get a little closer into turn 9. Not enough to make a pass, but enough to gain some ground.
Yeah, that camera angle gives you a false sense of how close they're getting to each other. It almost looks like they're right there on the back bumper when they're not really that tight to them. And from that particular camera angle, Ethan doing a good job of getting that camera shot down there for us in that lower section of the racetrack, about the lowest point on this entire racetrack. Here they come off turn number 17. They bring their carts down front. It's Talon Laney once again who is your leader, and Colin Berghofer in second spot. As they continue to battle it out, they go into turn number 2, and those two veteran drivers have quickly learned how to negotiate this big drop hill, the signature hill and the signature corner here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Right in front of the building, down into the kink, onto the backstretch.
Now, this camera angle, you can see that they're not quite as close together as you thought they were before. It looks like he's closing in on him, but there you see is about 4 cart lengths, not enough to try to pull off any kind of move on our leader, Talon Laney, right now. Laney's got this in control. He swings wide off of turn number 12 as he works up toward the apex of the hill, right at the top of the hill. Now he works down into turn 15. So Talon Laney still trying to see if he can lead this thing. 8 laps will be complete this time by as they cross start finish.
Talon Laney holding on to that first spot. Now, because this is the final, there's an extra 2 laps, so hopefully that can bode well for Colin Berghofer to close the gap more.
Well, there you got a good battle going on. That's the 81 car of Adam Durst and Gabriel Lopez Velarde in the 825. That's one of the best battles on the racetrack right now. We'll follow that one as they come by our vantage point here in the tower. They are struggling with each other. They're not really trying to battle the leaders because they're not close enough. But look at this. Now, this is a tight battle. There might be something that could happen here. The 81 of Durst looks down to the inside.
This is for a podium spot, so definitely a lot on the line here. Lopez Velarde in the 4th spot. He wants to get in that 3rd spot and get on the podium.
He's trying awfully hard. They go down into turn number 13. Down into 15 right now they go. It looks like he was trying to set him up for the pass. They go high off of 17, but they're in each other's tire track, so nobody making movement right there at the moment. So that is the battle, as you said, for a podium finish for 3rd and 4th. Talon Laney continues to lead up front.
Adam Durst was looking left, looking right, worried about Lopez Velarde.
Well, he should be. Lopez Velarde's right on him right now. They come around the tower and look their way down the inside of the kink. They go in through their single file. They get to that fastest point on the racetrack, and let's see, they're closing in right now. Look at this battle as the 825 of Lopez Velarde tries to close in on Adam Durst. Durst lets the rear end of that cart sling around a little bit. Lopez Velarde trying to take advantage of it, but he can't do it. Durst is still going to lead him up to the top of the hill.
He got real close to him at turn 9. Wasn't close enough to make the pass. He'll stay with him into turn 16. A tight battle. And 2 to go.
Yeah, show him 2 to go, so final 2 laps underway. Talon Laney trying to get the win here this afternoon in his first appearance that I'm aware of here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Colin Berghofer, also another driver in for this particular race here, showing his prowess as he's running 2nd place just behind Talon Laney right now. There's that battle between Durst and Lopez Velarde. Now there's your leaders, the 48 and the 26, as they head into the kink for the final, next to final time. Pentultimate. Isn't that what they call that? Next to last, pentultimate.
Pentultimate.
But the pentultimate time, they go into turn number 9. I'm going to say that anyway. I'm not sure.
It sounds good.
That sounds good, yeah. All right, here they come. Now they'll get ready to come by for the final time next time they go through turn number 9 as those two drivers continue to show their way. They go down the hill. Oh, we got one sitting. That's the 55. That is, oh, my, that's our friend.
Puerta.
Yeah, that's Puerta is sitting down there. Tough luck for him. And is that coming up at turn 2? What is that?
Yeah, that's up the hill in turn 2.
Man, that's a bad place to stall out right there.
Not a place to stop.
Francisco Puerta not in a good spot on the racetrack. They're going to have to probably drag his cart off there for the rest of the race to continue. But let's follow our leaders right now as they come off turn 9. Final time through. They work their way up through the S's. Talon Laney got quite an advantage right now as they head off turn number 15. Laney in the 48. He'll bring it by for the final time. He comes to the checkered flag. It waves, and Talon Laney will take the win. Colin Berghofer going to finish in second spot. And there, that battle that had gone on all afternoon long for the final podium finish.
I believe it was
I
Adam
think
Durst.
Durst was able to take that over Lopez Velarde, so I think Adam Durst is going to be your third place finisher. So that's the way they end up tonight. Rest of the field of karts working their way around. It was a big field of both seniors, rookies, and cadets. And Laney now is the top finishing cadet. Callan Berghofer is the top finishing rookie. So keep that in mind. There were various divisions running in there. Adam Durst was the second top cadet, and Gabriel Lopez Velarde was the second top rookie. So there'll be separate podium finishes for those drivers as two different divisions were racing, and we always like to keep you abreast of class within class running inside these. So consider two winners out of that one. Talon Laney and Colin Berghofer, both winners in that, one in the cadet division and one in the rookie division. So that'll do it for those drivers in our tag divisions this afternoon. We still see the problems that we had right there. Just such a tough time for Francisco Puerta as he just didn't have any go power to get that thing up the hill. He's looking back there to see if the chain's off of it. What's going on? Can't make it go. So some issues for him, and they stopped right in the middle of the racetrack. There were still karts behind him that had to try to get around him, and he was in a very vulnerable point at that spot trying to get up that major hill coming off the 40-foot drop of turn number 2 and to try to work his way back up. So for Francisco Puerta, not the afternoon he was looking for in that number 55 kart.
Definitely not the place you want to stop on the hill there.
Yeah, you got to wonder, was he looking back to see if there was an issue with the kart, or was he looking back to see who was about to hit him in the rear? Probably a little of both at that point.
It almost looked like he was looking back at like a corner marshal, like, hey, come give me a push.
Well, maybe that was the case also. Our next group up, we've got the Lo206 Seniors coming out on the track. Lo206 Seniors, Lo206 Juniors. We need you in staging, separating our seniors and juniors this afternoon. Good field of both, so Lo206 Seniors coming up next. All right, check out the replay. We got it on the screen right now. And look at these drivers going at it. We've got all through the racing this afternoon, we have seen so many people try to pull that move off in turn number 9. It is the obvious passing place on this racetrack. Here, let's look at it once again. They go down to the inside, trying to make the move, trying to hold him off, and he does so. What a perfect way to execute that pass. Now, many times you'll see just the opposite happen. A driver will go in deep. He'll try to see if he can hold him off, and then the other driver cuts down under him for the slingshot move. But here, Mikey, that's the perfect way to execute that pass.
Yeah, only a few have done it. Many have attempted it, and it's like you said, if you go too hard, you miss the turn, and they can just sweep right under you.
Well, especially the youngsters that we see, or I shouldn't say the youngsters, the rental car crowd. Whenever we're at the main track and we watch the guys over here at rental carts, so many of them think, man, I got this. I'm going to cut under this guy, and I'm going to take the spot away, and they wind up in the weeds over in turn number 9. So it is such a critical point. You got to know exactly what you're doing in order to make that pass, not allow too much room at the bottom for the guy to cut back under you, but then again, not allow him any room on the outside to drive around. So it is a very critical way to do it. Let's see if we get a good start this time. It is Lo206 Seniors are on the track right now. They'll come down. Do we get a green flag? No, they have waved this one off. We'll line them up and do it once again, see if we get a clean start next time. Look at that number of carts in this race. Boy, it's going to be a good one.
Quite the field we have as they make their way back around through the cut-through to line up to get another chance at this start. We got a cart passing in the grass, trying to go up front.
I think he's trying to get his spot back where he's supposed to be.
Well, I thought he was going for an Indy 3-wide start there.
Yeah.
Not quite. We'll see if they get the green flag this time. No, another false start. They'll wave it off.
Oh, okay. One more shot at it. Let's see what we do.
All right. Third time's a charm.
Well, let's hope that's the case. Let's bring them around 17 once again. Let's see if we get them. They got plenty of room now to get these things in perfect line and make sure they're right behind the person that's in front of them. We look like we may be, no, waving it off one more time. So yet again, not a good clean start.
All right, they look pretty good this time, so I'm going to bet they start on this time.
I will take your bet and raise you $1. I don't think so. You got it, Mikey.
Hey.
How about that? That would have been a good one for you to bet on. All right, they take it down to turn number 1. Look at them. There's double file side by side going through turn 1 right now. Here they come down this major hill, all of them clambering down into turn number 2 as they work their way back up. So far, everybody's made it through cleanly. We got a couple of guys side by side coming out of 4. They are able to stay off each other and not touch, so the field cleanly makes it by turn number 4 as we head down to the kink.
You can hear the roar of the engines that come by the building. A lot of carts in this field as they head down into turn 9, heavy braking zone. All the passes have been made today, at least the big passes have, through the S's. The entire field snakes their way through.
Well, they are making their way up the hill right now after coming through the S's, and we got a good battle going on for the top spot. They're right on each other's bumpers, actually for first and second, and the same thing going on for third and fourth position. Everybody makes it through turn number 17 right now. We got one off the track. We got one sideways and backwards and off the track. He gets it back rolling once again under his own power, so we will not go caution at any point on the racetrack. It is just weeded out the field a little bit right now. We got a four-cart breakaway going on with these drivers up front as they head through our turn 4 area. They'll bring them by right there. They've got just a bit of a breakaway to the 5th place cart, but those two guys up front, I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see somebody try to make a move here in turn number 9 as they get ready to make that entrance to the big sweeping turn. We got a battle of the 12 and the 29. The 12 still hangs on to the top spot with the 29 rolling along right behind him. They go through the rumble strips up turn 13, and that's the top of the hill. They go from the very lowest point, which is right below that area of the kink, up to the highest point on the racetrack, which is the area at turn 14. And it doesn't take them but just a few seconds to get to that elevation change. Quite an elevation change, over 45 feet of elevation total change here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Right now, the drivers working their way through turn 1. Here comes that group down through the hill in turn number 2 as they work up the big hill. And you can tell they don't have the power like they do in the tags. They are slower in these Lo206s getting up to the top of that hill.
They definitely slow down on that hill, and still makes for good racing.
Yeah, equality always makes for great racing. I think that racing series have proved that year after year after year. Try to keep everything as equal as possible, put it in the hands of the engineers of the cars and the drivers' hands, more so the drivers' hands than anything else.
First and second and third and fourth, both kind of like in tandem racing here.
Yeah, look like they're chained together almost as they go down right now into turn 17. You see them make the wide sweep there. Nobody gets out of line. Everybody's kind of taking a quick look behind them to see how close they are and say, oh, man, he's closer than I thought he was. That's the thoughts going through their minds probably as they get down to turn 2. A little wide action out past the rumble strips, but he pulls it back in single file and able to stay in that same spot, not lose anything on the ground. We had a 1-2 and a 3-4 battle going on. Now we got a 1-2-3-4. They're all 4 right there together as they head down toward 9 once again.
First and second, third and fourth have joined up, so they are now all in one group. Heading into turn 9, no one's decided to try for a pass yet. Maybe just saying, hey, let's get to the end of this and then we'll start.
Yeah, with these Lo206s, I don't know that they have the power to try to accelerate like a tag motor does or not. A tag-powered machine may have an option to have a little extra oomph when they get to that corner to try to cut underneath somebody. I don't know if that's the case or not. Let's check out this instant replay. Oh, there was some contact there. He spun around, but another car clipped him as he went around. It wasn't the cause of the spin. The contact wasn't, but it was incidental contact after the spin had occurred. So right now we've got him back down into turn number 2. We're back to live action once again. They work their way up the hill. Those carts just seem to go terribly slow. You know, those drivers are thinking, give me a little something more in this carburetor to get me up to the top of the hill. They work their way down to the kink once again. We've sort of got 3 carts now that have broken away. The 4th cart has slipped back just a little bit. Those 2 drivers up front, we may have a battle now going. Somebody's trying to make a move to the inside. 29 cart and the 12 cart. They're battling for those top spots as a move is trying to be made in turn number 9.
And right in turn number 9, that's where we've seen all the action happen. It happens again, almost 3 wide here.
Wow.
But they don't keep it 3 wide.
It looked like he
luckily.
just cut across them to make sure that he maintained the lead. The 29 did. What a good job he did of protecting that lead. They come across and complete yet another lap here in our Lo206 seniors.
Down the hill here. This is where they'll come up the hill and almost go in slow motion. But they'll make their way in front of the building. Yeah, those top 3 carts, nothing separating them. That 4th cart's still there, just a little bit behind, maybe about a cart or so back from 3rd position. But definitely in position to strike if these first 3 drivers make mistakes.
You know, the driver of the 12, I think he's constantly trying to figure out, is there any way I'm going to be able to try to work my way around the 29? Not able to do so yet, but he is trying to keep the pressure on him at any rate. They come up through 13. They head to the top of the hill, and now they'll get ready for one more passing opportunity as they get into 16 and 17. It's pretty much single-line racing until they get to that point. Right now, here's that spot where they might could pull something off, but they can't do it. Up front, we've got Erickson Evans. He is the driver of the number 48. Nick Lafredo in the number 12. Danny May is in the 8. Now, those are the top 3 drivers that have broken away just a little bit. But look at this. Brant Estes in the 17 has caught back up with them. Banu Yedla is in the 14. Ryan Curtin is in the number 37. Matt Lassiter in the 87. Cartus Barraza in the 440. It's Carson Craig in the 55. Jarvis Lee is in the 66. Harrison Browning in the 177. Joe C. Davis in the 31. Ryan Florentino is in the number 2. Blake Young in the 32. Paul McIlry is in the 403. Michael Gay in the 121. Shane Carruthers in the 45. Adam Phillips is in the 315. Camilo Ortiz in the 212. And it's Austin Gargas in the 76 with Ryan Snyder in the number 62. Grant Lockwood in the 53. Man, what a great field of drivers we've got here this afternoon in this Lo206 Senior. So up front, it's Erickson Evans in the 29. He has led this thing from the outset and continues to be our leader as he works now down into turn number 2. They've started to break away once again. The 12 car of Nick Lafredo is right there behind him, and those two drivers battle through turn number 4.
Nick Lafredo in the number 12 in the second spot, right behind Erickson Evans. Looking, see if he'll have anything for him here in turn 9. He doesn't. He'll stay with him. And they'll go single file into the S's here. Best lap was run by Nick Lafredo. Barely.
That's pretty special to have a fast lap, because that lets you know you got a fast car and you're going to be able to do it. He may not know that, but he probably realizes he's got a pretty good machine right now as he's trying to chase down Evans here as the laps start to wind down. It'll be 8 complete, 4 to go this time by.
We've seen this a couple times throughout the race, but this is kind of insane. It's 2 by 2 by 2 by 2.
Yeah, it has been sort of the case this afternoon, hasn't it, Mikey?
It almost looks like that old tandem racing that like happened at like Talladega for a couple years when they had that rules package.
And every time you'd start to tighten up on the other guys, something would the aerodynamics just didn't allow it. You had to run in tandem, and that was it.
But in that case where teammates would team up to bump draft, I don't think these are teammates.
No, don't think so.
I don't think they have any qualms about passing each other here.
All right, we got our leaders going into turn number 17 right now. They are working their way down through there, and we will see if Erickson Evans continues to lead. Nick Lafredo is in second spot. We've got 3 laps to go in this one. Boy, they are tight as they go down into turn 2.
Nick Lafredo looking to make a move if he can get there. He is there. He just needs to choose where to make the move. Down onto the backstretch. This is a spot to make it. Nick Lafredo decides not to peek out. He'll stay right behind the number 29 of Evans.
Did you see the rear end of that cart jump just a little bit? Boy, he really got on the gas there. The rear end jumped just a little bit on that cart. It's the first time I've seen that kind of action happening. He is right super glued to him almost as they come up through the top of turn 14.
Down into turn 17. Not much separating these first 2 positions. And then back to 3rd and 4th positions. Not much separating them.
2 laps to go is the signal from the start-finish line, so we will wind up with 2 laps to go to see what we can do in this one as Erickson Evans leads and Nick Lafredo is in second spot. Danny May has worked his way up to 3rd. Brad Estes is in 4th in the number 17. So those are the drivers that are the ones to watch right now. That 2-car breakaway up front, that's where the battle is. Let's see if they make a move this time. We've got one more opportunity besides this one. They do split out wide. It's the 12, Lafredo, trying to see what he can do, but Evans does a great job of holding him off and not giving him the opportunity to get by him. Evans taking a quick look behind him to see who's there.
Evans had a great defensive line on that backstretch. Did not allow Nick Lafredo to get on the inside of that turn, and it worked out for him perfectly. He's able to hold on to the lead. As they come through turn 17, they'll see the white flag. Erickson Evans is the leader. One more lap if he wants to win this final.
Boy, the pressure is on. Look at Lafredo. He's right on his back bumper. They come through two right now. They work their way up the hill. Once again, Evans takes a quick look back there to see how close Lafredo is to him. Lafredo tightens up as they come through four. They go down the hill toward the kink. Turn number 9. It's going to be the critical turn. Can something happen? If it's going to happen, that may be where it is. They fan out. Look at this, setting him up for the pass.
He's not going to get there. Oh, a little bit of contact on the back bumper. Not enough to move him. Erickson Evans holds on to the lead. Nick Lafredo looking left, looking right.
Oh!
He's going to be on the outside here. Can he make it stick? Coming into the turn 16, turn 17, the final turns. Who will have the advantage? Erickson Evans is going to edge out Nick Lafredo. He's going to hold on to the lead.
Wow.
That was another great finish.
Great finish. Erickson Evans did everything he had to do. Lafredo had the opportunity to try to see if he could get something going there, just couldn't pull it off. And to his to his advantage, or to his good nature of racing, he could have pushed that issue. He could have made some contact, and he could have probably won the race, but it would have been something that he probably didn't want to do. So to his good sportsmanship, he allowed Eric Evanson to be able to get that car, Erickson Evans, to get that car straightened up after they made a little contact in turn 9 and retain that position. So good racing for those drivers, good sportsmanship. It was a great race today in the Lo206 Seniors. We've got Lo206 Juniors on the way out next. We'll need all Lo206 Masters to the staging area. Lo206 Masters to staging. Lo206 Juniors coming out. Here's that look. Here they go down into turn number 9. Oh,
this is from a different race.
That's another race. That was the race where the 10 car got completely into the rumble strips, and that was an interesting exit for that race car. Here we go once again. Just went a little high and wound up over the rumble strips and almost spinning out, but able to hang on to the second spot anyway in that one. The end of this one, it was Erickson Evans getting the win. Here's another replay. Let's check this one out. And you saw those two drivers as Erickson Evans looked to the high side. It was Lafredo that kind of moved away. He saw him coming up. He didn't want to touch tires with him, and he kind of moved up a little bit, and that allowed Erickson then to turn underneath him. So I don't know which was the one that came first in that, whether it was Erickson's move that kind of indicated he was going to go high, or whether it was Lafredo that just took the evasive action. Which one was the one that caused that pass not to happen? Here's another replay coming up to the top of the hill. This was toward the end of the race where those two guys really looked like they were going strong, and there was another chance for the pass.
Yeah, this was the look on the outside here. Put it on the outside and just couldn't hold on to the turn 16, that left-hander. If he was able to stay there, I mean, he would have had the advantage. It would have been quite the move, but just not enough to get there at turn 16.
Yeah, wow. What great racing this afternoon here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. In every division, every race we have seen so far, it's just been great. We've got Lo206 Juniors on the track right now. They'll be rolling out in just a moment and coming by, and we'll see how many times that they will have to attempt a green flag start before we get this race underway.
Well, with only 3 carts, I'd hope that they can get it going the first time. But you never know. I'm not going to bet on it.
Yeah, I don't think that'd be wise to do.
This was a pretty entertaining race. Alyssa Vasquez in the pre-final drove away, but Scotty Arnold and Cameron Trachtenberg traded the second and third position a couple times in that prelim final. And they're going to false start.
I got a far start. Imagine that.
Imagine that. All right, as the Lo206 Juniors are going to make their way around turn 17 here in a second.
What a good shot right there. That is the man in charge of getting them in line. And it looks as though he is facing due east because his shadow is facing due west, or vice versa. He must be facing west because the shadow is behind him. So
It makes sense to me.
whatever. It sounds authoritative. We'll just leave it at that.
If you say it with confidence, then it's right.
That's right.
A side-by-side battle here on the top of turn 2. I think that's Trachtenberg racing with Alyssa.
And Alyssa's already assumed the lead right now. Trachtenberg in second spot. Scotty Arnold is back in third.
Down into turn 9. Alyssa Vasquez in the first position. Camden Trachtenberg in second. Scotty Arnold in the third spot.
Yeah, Trachtenberg trying to see if he can do something this time with Alyssa. She has been so strong in this race. Remember, in the pre-final, she was so far ahead of these two, and right now she's starting on this first lap to show a little bit of prowess right now as she starts to pull away. But can she do this as she did during the pre-final? That's left to be seen. But right now, Alyssa Vasquez is up front in that number 107 in the pink car, the pink driving suit, pink helmet, as she works her way to turn number 2.
She had quite the lead in the prelim, and out to a lead here. Camden's going to have to run pretty much 12 qualifying laps to win this race.
Yeah, Cam does not let her get out of his reach right now. He's staying right there with her in pretty good sight. You can see the speed that she's got in her car. Fastest part on the racetrack, and she is exercising that speed as she goes into turn number 9. And, of course, she's got the expertise at this racetrack to handle that in a perfect line as she comes through there. So that distance grows between her car and Camden Trachtenberg in the number 32. So Alyssa Vasquez now starting to pull away a little bit as she goes into turn number 14.
Scotty Arnold in the 110 closing in on Trachtenberg actually for the second position, right to the back bumper there in turn 16, turn 17.
Now, Scotty Arnold's got a shot at maybe taking over second spot. He and Trachtenberg are really tight together as they go down to turn 2. It looks like Scotty's trying to take a little bit of a different line, trying to make something happen there that may have not happened before. He's looking to the high side, trying to set him up for a pass possibly as they come through on turn 4, but not close enough to make anything happen right now.
You see, yeah, Trachtenberg takes such a wide angle on that front of the building, almost towards the
look
kink.
at this. Look at this. Trachtenberg trying to get a high side there, but Scotty Arnold is going to work by him. Can Trachtenberg come back by? Yes, he does. Oh, my.
And it's a repeat of the preliminary finals. This has happened 3 times in the prelims. And for a 4th time between these two drivers.
Well, they have really shown how to pass and how to get repassed all in the same corner. Got to work on that little part of it. Scotty Arnold does a great job of getting by him, but he can't prevent him from getting back underneath him once again. So that's an area to work on for him. Trachtenberg still shown in second spot with Scotty Arnold in third. Alyssa Vasquez out front right now. At least Arnold and Trachtenberg make this thing a lot of fun because they have been around each other in the same corner a couple of times. One of these times, Camden Trachtenberg's got to feel pretty confident that I've come out of that corner of the leader, even though I've gotten past going in. But one of these times, Arnold's going to make it stick. He's going to learn how to do it, and that's going to be all she wrote for that particular race. Let's try it one more time. Let's see if they do the same thing. They're trying to set it up. This time, Arnold goes wide. He's trying to cut underneath Trachtenberg. Trachtenberg holds it down tight, and he gets up against that rumble strip coming off the S's, and so he's going to stay there. Now, Arnold looks like he's going to try to set him up again. Mikey, we may have another battle going on here.
Trachtenberg had a defensive line in turn 9 there and didn't even give Scotty Arnold the chance to make the pass. But, yeah, Scotty Arnold right on the back bumper of Camden Trachtenberg. We definitely have a race for second here.
Alyssa comes across 4 laps complete out of the 12 in this race for the Lo206 Juniors.
Down the hill here, and then all the way back up. Scotty Arnold gains a little bit up that hill. Down in front of the building. This is where Trachtenberg goes very wide, and Scotty Arnold cuts in close, and I think it gives him more speed There he is, closing on the back stretch. He does have more speed. He's going to look on the inside. Then he looks on the outside. Not going to be able to get there in time.
You know, Trachtenberg has learned now to kind of cut him off, kind of block him from taking that, even though Scotty Arnold goes high to try to get into the corner. Trachtenberg's able to cut him off and not allow him to get that run that he's got going. So every lap they're learning. Both of them are learning more and more what to do and what not to do.
Trachtenberg's got to be careful he doesn't make too many moves on the straightaway because he could get a penalty for blocking. You're only allowed to make one defensive move, so he's got to be careful on the way he does it.
Did not know that. That is an interesting fact to play into this. Scotty Arnold, once again, right behind Trachtenberg as they head down into turn 2. These drivers have battled all afternoon long in the preliminaries as well as in these finals now, and we're 5 laps into this. So Trachtenberg right now, every chance he gets, he takes a quick look back to see how close Scotty Arnold is to it. All right, here we go. Check it out.
Looked on the left side, almost tried to make the pass on the grass. He's going to give him a look on the inside, decides not, ducks in behind him. And they'll go through the S's. So I think, yeah, Scotty Arnold, he's looking. But, yeah, Trachtenberg has adjusted his line on that back straight into turn 9. He knows that Scotty Arnold goes for those inside passes, not even giving the opportunity now, just completely blocking that off.
And once again, he tried to take a high line and take a quick look out to the outside to try to set him up for a pass coming through 17, but that one didn't work out either. They're at the halfway point, 6 to go. Cross flags just being displayed over the field right now. Alyssa Vasquez continues to lead it. She's heading up the hill in 2, and our battle between Trachtenberg and Arnold going on right now as well.
This is right here. Trachtenberg, he goes wide, and Scotty Arnold cuts it in close. Scotty Arnold, he's going to close in on the backstretch again.
Look at that great
He'll
drone
have the inside
shot
this time.
Wow, going into 9. Check it out.
Can he break it? Can he get down on the
got
brakes?
him. He's got him. Can he hold him off? No.
Wide again. Man.
Foiled again.
Surely one of these times he has to get on the brakes earlier.
He just hasn't found the way yet to get that car down low enough to prevent Trachtenberg from getting back by him after he makes the pass. Very interesting racing. It's kind of a chess match going on between these two.
And he looks on the inside here. Is he going to get him in turn 1? He
Wow.
does. What a move.
That is surprising that he was able to get that move right there. Now, what does Trachtenberg do? Is he trying to go get back around him? No, he tucks in single file behind Arnold. He's going to try to go to the low side. This race is not over yet, Mikey. I think we're going to see some fireworks out of these guys.
Yeah, the move in turn 1 kind of caught us by surprise. We were so used to seeing them pass in turn 9, we didn't even think they could pass in turn 1. And he just went ahead and sent it.
All right, let's see what happens down here. We're in turn 9. This time, Arnold, it may be Arnold had the faster car the whole time, just couldn't get around him. Now that he's gotten by Trachtenberg, he's starting to pick up some ground and separate those two cars.
A little bit of a gap here. Scotty Arnold has opened up. There'll still be a few laps here for Trachtenberg to reel him in, but he's going to have to really try to get back to his bumper here.
Well, the question is, at this point, has Scotty Arnold got enough time? He's showing a little more speed right now. Has he got time to try to chase down Alyssa Vasquez? I don't know that he can, but he's making some moves toward that direction.
He has kind of closed the gap between Alyssa a little bit. And then you got to start thinking, if he had the faster car this whole time, could he have chased her down earlier if he would have gotten by?
If it had gotten by, it seems as though he is faster than Trachtenberg, but just was being held up by him and couldn't find a way around him. So right now, that gap is starting to tighten up. He's about halfway between Alyssa and Camden Trachtenberg at the moment, but laps are winding down. We're 7 laps in. So is there going to be a chance for him to try to get up there and battle with Alyssa? So far, she's had clean sailing all afternoon long, but that may come into play toward the end of this.
They'll head down the front stretch. All the carts kind of spaced out now. We don't have the fastest lap time, but I'd have to say that Scotty Arnold is running the fastest laps of anyone on the track, just by the look.
Yeah, it appears that's the case.
Scotty Arnold he's now can see Alyssa, so they're in the same frame, which was not the case when Trachtenberg was in second place.
And the thing about it is, Alyssa at this point probably has no idea. There she took a quick look. At that point, you could kind of get an idea if you turned your head where the closest guy was to her. So now she gets a little bit of an idea that Scotty Arnold is on the way and on the move.
Well, I think there's so many switchbacks on this track that she was seeing them come out of different parts of the track. So when she stopped seeing them there, I think she knew they must have gotten close.
So Scotty's really closing in on Alyssa right now.
Yeah, down to a few kart lengths.
2 laps to go.
We might have a finish on our hands here.
Who could ever imagine Scotty would turn on the steam like he's done? Man, he got by Trachtenberg, and all of a sudden it was like smooth sailing for him.
Now
Here
up
he
the
comes.
hill.
Look at this. A pass coming up off turn 2.
On
Wow.
the outside, Scotty Arnold to the lead.
What a race. Now Scotty's got to contend with Alyssa as these last 2 laps finish up. A lap and a half to go. Alyssa now looks down to the inside.
Oh, she baited him. She went to the right and then to the left. Oh, she's going to duck in behind. Through the S's, Scotty Arnold still holds off Alyssa.
This is one of the most amazing comebacks I've seen. Scotty Arnold ran the first 6 laps in 3rd spot. Looked like he didn't have a chance at all. And now he finds himself in the lead after making that great pass by Trachtenberg and the unbelievable pass coming up the hill off of turn 2.
Yeah, something we rarely ever see. White flags out. Nothing separating these first 2 karts as they go through turn 1 into turn 2 down the hill.
Well, Alyssa's not done yet. She goes
She
back to
is.
the lead. She gets by Arnold. Now Arnold goes back to the lead. My goodness, they're both trying to get those cars up the hill. Who's going to come out of turn 4 with the advantage?
Side by side. Oh, down to the kink. This is not a place to go too wide. They think better of it. On the back stretch. Scotty Arnold looks on the inside. Is he going to get there? This is where he needs to get on the brakes.
Oh, Alyssa's going to come
too
back. Oh, my. Scotty had done so well through that, but he let Alyssa get by him on that last corner
You'll
coming
have
out
about
of 10.
one more shot.
One more shot. One more shot. Call it, Mikey.
One more shot into turn 16. Alyssa Vasquez is going to lead. Scotty Arnold, he looks to the outside. Into turn 16, he's going to set him up for the turn 17 pass. Scotty Arnold on the inside. Alyssa Vasquez on the outside. Side by side to the line. Alyssa Vasquez is going to hold on for the win.
What a race.
Oh.
Man, who would have ever thought that the Lo206 Juniors was going to put on that kind of race
Only
for us
3
here
karts.
this afternoon? 3 karts, one of the best races of the day. You don't tell me you got to have 20 karts to have a great race. What an outstanding one that was. Thought Alyssa was going to go down in defeat. Thought Scotty was going to come back and win it. Got that unusual pass coming up the hill in turn number 2, and even the more unusual pass that he made on Trachtenberg coming out of turn 1. Weren't expecting that to happen, and then Alyssa got back by him, held him off in turn number 9, where he tried to get around her again, slid up the racetrack. Alyssa cut underneath, winds up with the win. What an outstanding race this afternoon for the Lo206 Juniors. Good racing.
Good racing and heartbreak for Scotty Arnold. I think when he goes back and watches the footage of how he was going through turn 9, trying to make these passes, he's going to be disappointed in himself for not getting on the brakes early and cutting down.
But you know, Hoosier Tire has a phrase that Hoosier Racing Tires uses, and that is, we're either a winner or a learner. And I think Scotty Arnold learned a lot today. I think you're going to see him use that experience that he learned. He got beat so many times with that crossover move with Trachtenberg till he learned a whole lot about it. He slipped up a little bit and let Alyssa get by him again at the end of the race. But I think that's going to be a huge advantage to him in his racing career as to what he learned in this race today.
I definitely agree with that, especially with these almost all the young drivers here. There's a lot of winners, but there is a lot of learners.
A lot of learners. You're never defeated. You're either winning or you're learning, always in life.
So
And I've had a lot of success through a lot of failure. That's just the way it works, and that's the story of life. Right now, we're ready for our Lo206 Masters. This will round out the day for us as Lo206 Masters bring them out onto the track here for the final race of the afternoon. So 12 more laps to go to call it a day here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Podium finishes will come up. Podium presentations coming up in just a little while after we finish today's action.
well, one more race to settle it all. I have no reason to believe this won't also be a great race.
Well, Lo206s do put on a great race. Of course, tags have more power, but there's something about seeing these guys struggling to get up the hill in turn number 2, knowing that they've got to have some driver prowess because the engine value is not there for them to try to make a fast move around somebody. Turn number 9 has been the turn of action as always this afternoon. Turn 16 and 17 also been in play. Who would have ever guessed turn 1 and turn 2 would have produced the kind of action that it has here at this track today, or not even turn 2. It's coming up the hill toward turn number 3. Man, I've never seen a pass happen at a spot like that before.
Yeah, usually when you see karts going up that hill, it's kind of like, all right, let's just get through this, and then we'll start racing once we get up the hill. But they've been racing up the hill. It's been great to watch.
Yeah. All right, here we got the replay. Check this out. Scotty looks down to the inside. Trachtenberg is right there behind him. Man, Scotty's trying to make the move. Trachtenberg gets by him. That happened time after time after time. Here they go. We're looking to the inside again as Scotty looks down to the inside on Trachtenberg. He's going to try to take the spot away, and Trachtenberg back inside him once again. That happened over and over this afternoon.
This was just foreshadowing for the final lap.
That's right. And then the final time, it didn't work out like that. Here's Alyssa. Look at this. Alyssa has the lead. Look at Scotty on the outside. Scotty makes the pass coming up the hill in an underpowered race cart. What a move that was. And then they come down into turn number, this same shot, coming up turn number 2, and there's where Scotty made that pass. So Scotty got the lead at that point coming into turn 4. Let's look at it again. One more angle. Great shots this afternoon from our camera crew as Scotty gets that. I think Alyssa looked and went, what the heck? What's this guy doing out here?
Where did he come from?
All right,
And
here it is. This is the one. This is the winning move down here. They come off turn number 9. Scotty goes high. Alyssa cuts that car hard left underneath. She comes back with the advantage. She brings it up the hill. Scotty's going to try one more valiant effort, but he can't do it. Alyssa Vascu comes home with the win, and congratulations to her in a great afternoon of racing.
All right, and the final race, Lo206 Master, and let's see, we have one Lo206 Senior, Banu Yedla. And they'll get the green flag on the first time by.
Yeah, Banu Yedla brings them into turn number 1. They do get a green flag. That's a good sign to get this thing started. They take it down the hill into turn number 2, and everybody pretty much single file. Got a couple of guys side by side there, but they are not causing any kind of contact or any problem whatsoever. They bring lap number 1 by the tower as they look there. We got one goes way out of line, but he's able to gather it in and not get into the tire barrier as they work down through the kink.
In the lead is number 63. That's Jeremy Durst. Followed right behind, that's Banu Yedla. I recognize the car, even though the number is wrong. They'll head through the S's here on the first lap.
Jeremy Durst out front. Banu Yedla in second spot. They head up the hill into turn 14, and we will get ready to complete lap number 1 of this race for basically the Lo206 Masters, but we do have that one senior in there, Banu Yedla.
But, I mean, Banu Yedla and Jeremy Durst, they were racing at it last time in the prelim final, so even though they're different classes, I expect them to race hard here.
Yep, they're going to be racing hard here, and they both may be declared winners at the end of the day because they both are in different classes, but they are right now up front, and it doesn't matter whose class is what. Every driver's out there, they're wanting to beat the guy in front of them. I don't care what class he is. I want to beat the guy that's in front of me. That's the way they always look at it.
Especially, yeah, you spend all the time in the paddock, in the garage with all these guys. Bragging rights mean a lot more sometimes than the class win.
That's exactly right. There they go down into turn number 9 once again. There's Durst bringing it off turn number 9. Yedla just behind him in his tire tracks as they head up that big hill. And I don't think we realize how tall that hill is. You're talking about another horsepower kind of hill. Now, it's not concentrated like it is in turn 2 where you got to get up the hill so quickly at such an elevation change. But that is a big elevation change from turn 9 up to the top in turns 13 and 14. That's quite an elevation change that you got to make coming up that hill and working through the S's and so forth.
As they head through turn 1 down into that concentrated elevation change you were talking about in turn 2, then all the way back up the hill in slow motion. These Lo206s struggling to get up the hill. They make it up. Turn 4 in front of the building. Down into the kink. This is where they're going to lose all that elevation gradually over the course of this straightaway. All the way into turn 9. The heavy braking zone where we've seen all the passes today.
Yeah, Yedla still behind Durst as they bring it off turn number 9. Make it through the S's. S's have not really seemed to be a problem for anybody today. They've handled it all pretty well. In most of the cases, it's been the aftermath of turn number 9, and they're just trying to get back in single file at that point. So that's what they've pretty much done with the S's all day today. Yedla not letting Durst get out of his sight. They're right there coming through 17 right now. Good shot from the pole cam as we come off of turn number 16.
Into turn 1. Yedla right on the back bumper of Durst. This is the closest he's looked in a little bit. Durst will get a kind of a little more of a gap here up the hill. Durst in that 63 leading the field.
I go down through the kink right now. We saw our third place cart right there that just vanished from sight for just a moment. Yedla trying to close in. See if he's going to be able to get close enough to try to do anything with the 63 of Durst. I don't know that that's going to be the case. Certainly not on this lap, but maybe in some succeeding laps. Who knows?
Yeah, with the 12 laps in this race, Yedla might just be thinking, all right, let me get to the later half of this race before I start making moves and guarantee myself a top spot here before.
Well, right now it's podium finishes. It's actually top spot finishes for both those drivers. But again, as we said, that's not necessarily always the key. You want to beat the guy that's in front of you. So Yedla's working on Durst right now. They're down into turn number 2 once again. Take that big U-E down there and come back up the hill.
At the top of the hill, they'll make the left turn, then back down the hill into the kink. Barely a turn, but not somewhere you want to be side by side. Yedla, looking on the inside. He's got speed on this back stretch. He's going to look for this pass, and he's going to get in front of the 63 of Durst. Can he hold on to it? He does.
Boy, what a great job he did of turning down there and keeping Durst behind him. So Yedla with a good job doing that right there. You talked about the kink. The kink is not necessarily a turn as much as when you get to the bottom of it, it's the unloading of the weight of the cart. That's the problem, is where the unloading occurs and the cart kind of wants to slide out from under you. So here comes Yedla by. He is your new race leader. Durst in second spot, so move Yedla up to P1 right now.
And Durst not going away, though. Both of these carts very capable of leading this race, so I think it's going to be a classic case of who's going to make the final move.
Yeah, Banu taking a quick look behind him to see how close Durst was to him, and he is right on his bumper. They head down to the kink. Durst takes a look back to see how close our third-place competitor is. Now, Durst knows exactly what Yedla did. Let's see if he's able to repay the favor as they go into turn 9.
Yes, Danny May in the number 9 car in third place has reeled in these first 2 positions. It was kind of nowhere in the frame, and now all of a sudden, on the back of them, Durst gave Yedla a little bit of a push up the hill. Danny May closing in fast here.
Danny May is no stranger to victory lane. Danny May has won a lot of races here at this racetrack, put in a lot of laps. So it's going to be interesting to see what Danny can do with these guys because, like you say, he has come from nowhere up here while these guys are racing. If the halfway flags are shown to the field, Danny May closes in, and he may have something right now for Durst.
All 3 of these carts real close to each other. Danny May out of nowhere, all of a sudden in this image, a train of carts, really, here at the top of the hill as they come in front of the building. And I just can't help but rooting for number 9 in Dawsonville.
Yeah, it's hard not to do that, isn't it? Number 9, Danny May. He looks right behind Durst right now. Durst and Yedla running 1 and 2, with Yedla actually being out front as he made that pass in turn number 9 just a couple of laps ago, right in that spot. So right now, Yedla leads it. It's Durst in second. Danny May in the 9 car trying to make something happen right here as they go to turn number 13.
All 3 carts coming through turn 17 down the front stretch. Does Durst or May have anything for Yedla? Down in the hill in turn 2, all the way back up. Yedla ran a little wide there. Danny May on the inside of Durst. He's going to be on the outside now for this turn. He makes the pass on the top of the hill again.
Wow.
Another crazy pass on the top of the hill. Danny May moves to the second position. Sets his sights on Banu Yedla.
He just so easily drove around him in turn 3 and into turn 4. Who's ever seen that happen before? Now Danny May's looking back to see how close Durst is behind him. He's trying to do something with Yedla. I think Danny May, we have agreed, has got the fastest kart on the track. He's just been held up at this point. Can he get up there and do battle with Yedla?
It might be a Scotty Arnold situation here where the third car was the fastest and just got held back.
Look at Danny. Look at Danny go. He's right up at Yedla right now.
Down into turn 16, Danny May, second place. Banu Yedla racing a perfect race, but will it be perfect enough at the end?
May's got him right in his tire tracks. Yedla looking back.
Here goes Durst on the outside on top of the hill.
Yeah, he figures if you can do it, I can do it too. Look at
Danny
those 3
May's looking on the
guys. Look at them. Wow.
All the action at the top of the hill right now, unbelievable. Danny May, they all hang on to their spots, but it looked real sketchy there for a second. Into turn 9.
Yedla still leads it. Durst thought about looking to the inside of Danny May. Couldn't pull it off, though.
A little side-by-side action in the S's. Just as you said, they hadn't done anything in the S's. There they go.
Yeah. Yedla has positioned himself now a little further ahead of Danny May. Danny and Durst got to doing a little battle there, and that's allowed Yedla to kind of sneak away from him a bit as the laps start to wind down.
Yeah, Yedla definitely wants to see those 2 race hard. If they make contact or side-by-side, it benefits Yedla tremendously. But Danny May has kind of got a decent gap on Durst now as he heads back up the hill. And Danny May's kind of closing in on Yedla now. He has closed in. All 3 carts very tight together down the hill through the kink on the backstretch. Who has the speed to make a pass? Nobody. They all stay in single file to set up their turn into the S's.
Yeah, Banu Yedla, still your leader coming out of the S's, working his way back up the hill. Danny May in second. They're about evenly spaced at this moment. Danny May making a move.
Danny May on the inside.
Wow.
What a move. Danny May to the lead.
That was an outstanding move by Danny May. He saw an opportunity, set him up for it. Now is Yedla going to be able to get back by him?
Danny May putting his head down, getting the aero advantage. 2 laps to go. Does Durst and Yedla have anything for Danny May in these last 2 laps? Danny May from out of nowhere to first, side by side up the hill, Durst and Yedla. Yedla will have the inside advantage. He'll keep the second spot, but this battle is good for May as he's able to create a gap through the kink onto the backstretch.
Again, another one of those situations where probably the fastest kart on the track got mired behind traffic early, couldn't show what he had, and now Danny May is trying to pull away. But look at this. Yedla is battling back right to him again. Once again, we've got Yedla and we've got Durst right there behind Danny May. This race isn't over, Mikey.
If the last race taught us anything, yeah, going from third to first is impressive, but you have to hang on and lead the final lap. Danny May looking to do that. He'll come through turn 16 into 17, leading these first 2 cars. He'll see the white flag. One more lap to go.
Danny May leads it at the white flag, but it's going to depend who leads it at the checkered flag. They drop down the hill in turn number 2, about evenly spaced. Oh, Durst tried to look to the high side, and some kind of trouble for Durst. His kart fades right now out of that lead pack.
And Danny May, unpressured behind, Yedla's going to have quite the half of a lap to do here if he wants to catch up to Danny May.
So we've still got guys that are going to finish 1 and 1 because we've got those two guys in two different classes running 1 and 2. Danny May is going to win his class, it looks like. Yedla is going to win his class, it looks like. At this moment, they've got about a half a mile to go to finish it. They bring it off turn 13 down into 14. Danny May takes a quick look into 15 to see who's behind him. Here they come off of 17. It's checkered flag in the air. Mikey, let's talk about it.
And kisses to the crowd. Danny May, hands in the air from, out of nowhere to first. What a race.
I remember whenever we did not see him in the frame at all, and all of a sudden you said, look at Danny May. There he comes. He had not been anywhere in sight all day. Next thing you know, here's Danny May coming into sight with that battle going on between Durst and Yedla. And then Danny May comes back and takes the win. What an impressive win for Danny May here this afternoon. Boy, what a great race overall.
It's great races overall for sure. Almost every division, every race has been close. Battles all over the track. It's been a great one.
Yeah, it has been outstanding. What an afternoon at Atlanta Motorsports Park. We hope you have enjoyed our coverage here. Join us again next week. We'll be back at the main track for big doings over there, so we hope you enjoy our broadcast here. Podiums are coming up very soon, so drivers, if you're in podiums, make sure you get ready to go. Podium presentations are coming up in just a few minutes, so drivers, if you had a podium finish, make sure you're ready for that as we get ready to set that up here in just a minute. Mikey, it's been fun. Always enjoy working with you here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, and today has been outstanding racing. What great racing we've seen. Turn 9 has been the place of action for the most part, but we've also seen crazy passes all over this racetrack today.
It's been great. Always a pleasure working with you, Charles, of course. Definitely come out and check us out on July 4th if you, anyone watching the stream. We're going to have drift cars, fireworks, a whole bunch of fun.
Man, that's going to be great. Remember, you can rent a kart every day except Monday here at Atlanta Motorsports Park at the karting complex part of it. Make sure that you come out, enjoy that. Bring yourself, bring your spouse, bring your family, bring your brother, bring your friend, bring your company, bring your classmates. Come out and enjoy the fun as you get into car rentals every day but Monday here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
All right, get all my competitors. Start making your way over to the podiums. We got about 5 minutes left. We are almost done tabulating, and we will have results for you here shortly. So if you can hear me, go ahead, start making your way over to the podiums. All right, attention all drivers. If you or a parent are about to submit a protest, we have about 2 minutes before our 30-minute cutoff for protests. Need all drivers. If you have a protest, please go ahead to the main floor of the clubhouse and submit the protest. But you have 2 minutes until we cut off protests. All right, we got some results in. I just need to get some AMP employees up here so we can pass out medals and champagne. So if you guys can hear me, make your way over to the podium. All right, we've got some results. Thank you to everybody for coming out today. Weather held out for us, so it was a good day of racing. Some good, clean action. We appreciate all you guys for being out here. We're officially halfway through the season now. And we're going to go ahead and jump right into this. Starting out in Lo206 Cadet. In third place, Ruben Greer. Ruben Greer, third place. Now, guys, please keep in mind there were several DQs, so the finishing order on track today is not necessarily what the podium order is going to be. So if you didn't finish in the top three, a DQ might have put you in there, so please listen out. In second place, in Lo206 Cadet, David Glakowski. And your winner for Lo206 Cadet, Oliver Najbert. All right, you guys know what to do. Make sure you do it right in the camera. We are streaming live. All right, we're almost there. Some technical difficulties. All right, good job, guys. Good job. All right, up next, we've got Tag Senior and Tag Junior. In third place, Matthias Pratis. Matthias, third place. In second place, Leo Oliveira. And your winner in Tag Junior, Tag Senior, Daniel Perez. Good job, guys. Good job. We do want to make a special announcement real quick before we move on to the next class. A lot of y'all are familiar with the driver that has been up on the podium in this class for a while. Raiden Nickel, unfortunately, was DQ'd today, so he's not going to be up here on the podium. But this was his last race, and we just kind of want to give a special thanks to him. He will be still racing with us at Atlanta Motorsports Park, but a name you guys will hear all the time. He is making his way up to the main track, so this is his last day racing at the kart track. So keep an eye out for him up front. He is transitioning to full-time Miata racing. So congratulations for moving on. And into the next one, Tag Master. In third place, Mike Bruce. In second place for Tag Master, Donald Davis. Donald Davis. And your winner for Tag Master, Mike Conrad. Good job. Up next, Kid Kart. In third place, Brandon Rivers. In second place, Bo Stowers. And your winner for Kid Kart, Camila Canache. Good job, good job. There it goes. Great race. Awesome job, guys. Up next, KA100 Senior. In third place, Brant Estes. And that exciting finale in the KA100. Those top three put on a show. In second place, Gabe Spencer. And your winner in KA100 Senior, Spencer Mast. These guys definitely put on a show. You want to go catch that replay when you get home. Yeah. Good job, guys. Good job. Up next, KA100 Junior. In third place, Adam Ween. Adam Wine. I get that wrong every time. In second place, Christian Foster. And he is already on the bus home. And your winner in KA100 Junior, Vincent Capitillo. Yeah! Woo! Got some folks sitting up there in the splash zone right in front of the podium. All right, up next, Tag Cadet, Tag Rookie. We're going to do Tag Cadet first. In third place, Mateen Fanian. In second place, Adam Durst. And your winner in Tag Cadet, Talon Laney. Hold on, you gotta let first place get up there. Yeah, there it goes. Good job, good job. All right, Tag Rookie. In third place, Isaac Carvalho. In second place, Gabriel Lopez Velarde. And your winner in Tag Rookie, Callan Berghofer. There it is. Yeah! Good job, good job. Up next, Lo206 Senior. In third place, Banu Yedla. And Banu is on the road. In second place, Danny May. And your winner in Lo206 Senior, Brant Estes. All right, good job, good job. Up next, another very exciting final race today. For only having 3 carts in it, did really well. Lo206 Junior in third place. Camden Trachtenberg. In second place, Scottley Arnold. And he almost had it too on that last lap. He made the pass, but then your winner in Lo206 Junior made the pass again to take the win, Alyssa Vasquez. And that's another good replay to go check out once y'all get home. Yeah. And your final podium for the day, Lo206 Master. In third place, Lee Thompson. And they are running back inside to get some medals real quick. Your second place driver, Clabe Ferguson. And your winner in Lo206 Master, Jeremy Durst. All right, good job, guys. Good job. This is the last one on the stream today. Let's make it count. Yeah! Good job, good job. That was some exciting racing today. Thank you to all the competitors for coming out. We will be back out here July 30th. And if you got the itch to come back out, we will be live again July 4th for the 4th of July Drift event. And then we'll be back at the main track July 23rd for main track racing. And then we'll be back here at Kart Track July 30th. So we got a whole month of racing planned for you guys in July. Thank you for tuning in. We will see you guys next time.